Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday morning. It is a fantastic morning for a James Fox UFO UAP. I guess this isn't a hearing. This would be a press conference. So it's at the National Press Club. James Fox has encouraged streaming, which is really cool. Not trying to make a buck off of it. He's just trying to get the information out. Granted, he's got the incentive of his documentaries are about this stuff. However, this is a free event at the National Press Club. In fact, if you were to go there in DC, you wouldn't even have to pay to get in. Completely free. You wouldn't need a press pass. You wouldn't need anything. So we are going to cover it. My preference is to cover it through the National Club site, but if they don't have it going, we're going to cover it through the News Nation site because, of course, they have volunteered to cover it. One of the few, actually, one of the only news stations that's covering this live. So we're talking about the Varginha case, where apparently there was some type of a crash. It is being debated whether it was a crash or it was some kind of attack because of the, say, very swift military response to the supposed crash. But he's going to bring in individuals from that case. He's going to bring in Senator Eduardo Guerrero, which has been a member of the Brazilian Federal Senate since February 2019. He represents the coastal state of Ceará in Brazil. He's going to bring in the Dr. Italo Venturilla. You've probably been hearing a lot about this gentleman who has come out and said that he was in the room. He's a neurosurgeon. He was in the room when the alien got brought in the Varginha case. He's been out there testifying. He's been out there giving interviews talking about his instance with this alien, how he was actually in the room with it. He's still an active neurosurgeon in Brazil. So if he's lying, we have a neurosurgeon going around lying about talking to aliens, which is really weird. And then we have Dr. Armando Fortunato, is a physician working primarily in forensic medicine. He's one of the leading experts in that field. He served as a forensic pathologist and criminal medical examiner for the police more than 3 decades, conducted numerous autopsies. He also has a law degree and served as a court-appointed medical expert in several judicial districts. He was elected city councilman in Varginha for 2 terms and served as president of the Medical Association and municipal secretary of health of Varginha. So that's a pretty credible witness there. And then Carlos de Souza, he was a witness to the crash. He's a former businessman and currently a geography teacher at the Jorge Dupra School, Figuardo, I can't even pronounce it, school, where he has worked for over 2 decades. He has also taught at the University of Sao Paulo. Mr. de Souza is an ultralight pilot, which he has enjoyed for many decades. There's also going to be additional short video statements to include 4 of them from firsthand witnesses who were denied visas to attend the press conference. Witnesses who spent time in the presence of non-human beings. So it's pretty incredible. There was an interview with him and Coulthard yesterday talking about trying to get these folks in to be able to testify. He wasn't saying it was some kind of a conspiracy to prevent them from coming in, but he pretty much did everything but say that. um, so that's going to be the first part of the hearings. Is going to be a lot of the Varginha case hearings, briefing, and then the second part of the briefing is going to be in America. So they're going to be talking about numerous intelligence insiders that have come forward, often under oath, to report an ultra secret special access program engaged in the recovery and analysis of both crashed vehicles and biologics, defined in this context as biological specimens or bodies of non-human origin. goes on to say there's no risk to national security, and there's going to be some additional attention paid to whistleblower protections, because at this time, whistleblowers really don't have many protections. Not for this case, not for these cases. In other cases, they do, but not in these cases. Okay, let's see here. So I think we're getting started here pretty soon. The hearing is supposed to kick off in about 4 minutes. And okay, we will kick it over to Ross for coverage. Possibly. Looks like they're having a couple technical difficulties.
You fine.
I'm well versed at reading your lips, so hold on 1 second.
I'm getting a significant delay on my audio here, by the way.
How about now?
This is the type of coverage we get for UFO press conferences.
Megan, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Megan, but unfortunately there is a 5-second audio.
Hey,
Ross,
good
hold
morning,
on.
Mr.
I
Hecker.
could just hear you 1 minute ago. Apologies. Oh. Ross, are you there?
Yeah, it's the normal snafu.
Okay, well, yeah, looks like they're having
Yeah.
a couple difficulties. At least they're getting these ironed out before the hearing starts.
Executive producer Andy, I know that you're here listening. Andy, I can hear the sound from our news station camera, who is right here in the room with us. I'm trying to see what I can show you.
Yeah, do you want
I'm
to just...
going to try to
Yeah,
figure out my
hear
audio.
me.
I'm so sorry, you guys. We just had it 1 second ago when we were doing this testing. Andy.
You can hear me, Megan?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
Maybe
everybody
she
hear
can.
me?
Ross, why don't you just tell the folks there's about 5,000 in the chat. Tell them what we're about.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are obviously trying to get a good connection going.
No, I've got nothing from Ross now.
Megan, if you just give me 30
Andy, do you want to
seconds.
just remove me and I can...
This is fantastic. It looks like even Ross is laughing. This is that fantastic live coverage brought to us by News Nation. Okay, well, I can tell you right now, he's probably briefing you on what I just briefed you on. The guests that'll be there.
I think, Andy, we have a problem technically, so we may just have to go live with Megan on the ground.
Yeah, you're already live, Ross.
Can you hear the music, Ross?
We'll get there, folks. We will get News Nation.
Yes,
We'll get there. We will get there. This is why I was hoping the National Press Club would go live, but doesn't look like they're covering this.
Yeah. So,
Weird.
ladies and gentlemen, this press conference is potentially one of the most important press conferences in the last 25 years from the UAP.
Now Ross has audio issues. This is fantastic.
Unfortunately,
Don't worry, y'all.
Andy, I'm
This
getting
is
return.
see, because you're watching me, you don't have to worry about all these clicking over issues. So I can tell you what we have going on here is some press conference funk. We've got some video operators. You see James Fox up there talking to a few of the witnesses. We've got some camera work going on, some microphone work going on. Looks like someone's drinking a cup of espresso, which, 11 a.m. on the East Coast, still espresso time. Yeah, for sure. See, now I'm on the West Coast, so it's like 8 a.m. here. It's early. Oh, do we have Megan back? I think we have Megan back. Hold tight.
Things that are going on. I've got right here next to me, I've got James Fox with Sarah. James, Anna, Ross.
Hey Russ, how you doing, mate?
We are live streaming.
The Brazilian Senator Joel. I have to. We laughed about it. He just arrived, so they're
We're doing great. We're doing good. Good luck, James. Yep, we are nice and smooth. All right, we've got James Fox in the room. You guys, the three witnesses who are testifying in person today, they are also here. I have a picture of two of them. I'm going to turn the camera. Oh, nope, just one of them. We have Carlos over here in the
It's like some
chat.
of the
As you know,
weirdest
Carlos
audio
was
chop
on
ins.
the scene when the crash happened. Is it just my picture line now?
Yes.
So as you guys know, this case is extremely complex, and I was lucky enough to be invited by James Fox last night to the rehearsal of this press conference. I got to see these men and get up there and give their statements. They are written statements, and there will be a translator up there translating with them. But they are emotional and they are powerful. And these gentlemen who are giving their
Okay, tell me I'm not crazy. Are you hearing the occasional like Baphomet voice chime in of burp, burp?
brought to tears. And it was just incredible to see the passion behind this and hopefully the potential power behind this. We know that this has been going, the story is 30 years old now, but they kept saying in the meeting last night is what they really want is whistleblower protection. And they want to be able to have more people come forward and speak. And also they want this to be a gigantic signal to the United States. You were involved, allegedly. This happened, and we need you to support us and showing us, hey, where are these potential alien bodies? Where is this potential alien spacecraft? Who are the people in the United States Air Force who allegedly went into Brazil and took these things? Can you come forward? Will you be safe? Will you be protected?
Come on, News
if you come
Nation.
and speak. I just want to reiterate, and Russ, of course, you can jump in any time, that this is the first time. The reason this is so important is this is the first ever testimony of non-human biologics that's happening in DC.
Are there witnesses? Are there witnesses today, Megan, who have not spoken before?
Well, Russ, we've seen the statements.
So there's been a lot of talk because that audio is just, I don't know what's going on. Satan is interrupting. So I'm just going to chime in. But there's been a lot of talk about this non-human biologic thing being exaggerated. How it might be some type of scientific research that we did in zero gravity, which would mean, in an area of space with zero gravity, and that non-human biologics may mean some type of biological experimentation that we did in space. Now, nobody's clarified that. But now these folks in Brazil, they have the old school. I mean, this was, you can see, we had old, like, full-on NHI alien contact. The images here are a couple of images that folks have had drawn when they've described these beings. So it's interesting. They don't look like angels, but that doctor and James Fox's testimony said he looked like an angel. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they're cuter in person. I don't know. Didn't look like an angel to me. Looked more like what you would think of as like a demon. But beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, I suppose. Has Satan stopped with the audio here? Let's find out.
Who also saw the baby. They have nothing to do with one another. It's not like you investigate and like, oh, that's someone's cousin and they're telling a big tale together as a joke. These men.
Okay, so we'll just We'll wait until somebody gets up and speaks. Hopefully, we don't have to hear Satan chiming in every 2 seconds, trying to break through. Obviously, trying to break through the fourth dimension and interrupt this broadcast. Clearly, that's what's going on here. I don't think there's any question of what's happening. Now, this first part is going to cover a lot of Varginha stuff. I am excited about the second part, the American part, because it's interesting. There really is next to no whistleblower protections for this issue. Like when you listen to a lot of folks that have had to whistleblow and come forward about things in our own government, if you listen to the interviews, you find out like half the time they're talking to staff. Half the time the staff is in charge of scheduling everything. They don't even get to speak with the senators. And then once, if they do get far enough to get something arranged with the senators or, a House member to come in and testify, after they're done testifying, that's it. They're done with you. They got what they needed or what they wanted, and they have no more use for you. See you later, and you're off to fend for yourself. You're gonna face the repercussions, whatever those may be. All right, looks like Fox is getting up to the stage here. Let's see.
So here we go.
We're going to get
Thank
started
you
just
guys
a
so much
few
for coming.
minutes behind schedule. Just
It's a
few
pleasure
minutes,
to see
we'll
you
get
guys here.
started. Thank you guys so much for coming. It's a pleasure to see you guys here.
So James just said, you guys not here. They're just a few minutes behind the schedule. But I have personally seen
Nothing wrong with being nothing wrong with being fashionably late for a UAP press conference that's revealing an alien UFO crash and the recovery of alien beings. I can imagine.
Hold on, I have the doctor walking by. Did you guys get a good look at him? You guys know him from obviously moment of contact, and we talked about him extensively on reality check that he worked on an alien body.
Are these witnesses nervous, Megan?
Yes. Last night during rehearsals, it was almost like a nervous energy. It was kind of quiet in there. Hi, James.
Interruption.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it if you jump over there. I promise. Beep.
Okay, you guys, are we having any problems with the sound feedback from the direct feed? James is concerned about the sound.
Yes, Satan has hacked your
This is
sound.
Andy.
I thought that.
The feed sounds okay through the bot.
Yeah, I think it's working fine now. We were getting an echo back earlier, Megan, but it seems to have fixed itself.
Good. Love when things work out.
Do we know? Is there
the
any
energy
mention?
in the-
Is there any mention, Megan, of whether any of these witnesses have met with congressional representatives or senators? Has there been any political engagement with any of these witnesses?
Yes. So James Fox did let us know that on Thursday that there was a meeting. I do not have the details of that, but James did let us know that those meetings happened on Thursday, and those were all the details that we were allowed to receive at that time.
And is there any prospect of those witnesses being deposed, being sworn under oath to give evidence?
I would hope so. Ross, I worry.
Like, what difference does it make if they are deposed and give evidence? Clearly, the UAP task force ain't doing shit. This wasn't even the United States. What are they going to do? This is in Varginha. Now, they could do something for the whistleblowers. That I would be a proponent of. Oh my God, it's Leslie Keene. There she is. She makes an appearance. Interesting. So, is there a witness you're most excited about hearing? Like I said, we've got, let's go through this again. We've got Senator Eduardo Garayo. I'm not sure what the senator is going to testify to, but he's been in the Senate since February 2019. which is well after the Varginha case. So maybe he was one of the original witnesses. We've got Dr. Venturelli, who we've heard from for the last month or so, who he's a highly respected, got his long career of neurosurgery, and he was a witness to one of these beings. If you've heard the Varginha case, you've heard the instance where the being was brought to the hospital and it was treated in the hospital. And this doctor claims he was one of the doctors in the room of the hospital where they were treating this non-human intelligence being. And then we have Dr. Armando Fortunato, who is a physician and member of the civil police. So it's like he's going to testify. And then we have Carlos de Souza, who is a witness to the actual crash itself. So we're going to have a few panelists, and then we're going to have, I guess, a few video statements from some witnesses to the crash also. Now, we've heard the neurosurgeon's testimony over the last few days. Ross's face has been frozen for about 5 minutes now, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But we've heard his testimony for a while. And it was very emotional. I mean, he was like crying, and James Fox was crying, and like the cameraman was crying, and he was talking about this being and how it was beautiful, and it knew it was in control of everything in the room, even though it knew even though it needed help or something like that. So very, very interesting testimony. And then, very quickly after that, the story goes that the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force came in, and there's Jeff Nicatelli. Don't forget, Jeff Nicatelli's GoFundMe page, y'all. Jeff Nicatelli, GoFundMe. That should be his middle name. Jeff GoFundMe Nicatelli. All right. So the story goes, we had the crash, and then the beings, at least a being in the hospital, and the U.S. Air Force came down and essentially just took it all. We took the recovery, the crash recovery stuff. We took the beings. We cleaned up everything we could. We even sprayed down the crash site with some type of acid where grass still won't grow back there. This is a big case and got swept under the rug. And I think because it was in Brazil, if this is true, the Air Force thought, nobody gives a shit about what happens in Brazil. Nobody's going to talk about it. But here we are now. Clearly, something happened. And according to these witnesses, it was an alien crash, a non-human intelligence crash that included recovered beings and a vehicle this happened in front of an entire city. You had multiple witnesses, and some of them we're going to hear today. So excited for this hearing or this press conference once it gets going. I'm not sure how close we are now.
So I saw Danny Sheehan's producer when we walked in. There are
Satan is still interrupting.
specifically who they are with, but as I lift my camera up quickly, if you can see all the way in the back, there are a bunch of cameras.
And I think this is her audio. I think she's talking, and then it's probably picking up because there's so much chatter around her. It's probably, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's not Satan that's interrupting. And that once they get going on the panel, we'll be able to hear them just fine. But at this point, they were supposed to start 15 minutes ago. So we are now 15 minutes behind. And you can see Ross Coulthart and Megan here just filling the time as I am because we expected them to already be speaking at this point. Oh, here we go. We've got a speaker. Let's see.
It really matters because, frankly,
Oh, no, we
if
don't.
people are going to ignore first-hand evidence, witnesses who say they are prepared to testify, they're prepared to give first-hand evidence, then, frankly, we might as well pack up and go home. We're told, by the way, that this press conference is going to get underway shortly. They're a little bit delayed, but frankly, I think this is going to be the big test today. Will something
We're
come
getting
up?
close. Where's Lisa? Yes. Can I hand this off to you?
Okay, so sometime in the next few minutes, we will see the beginning of the Varginha.
She doesn't know she's on the air. I'm waiting for the curse word or the silly statement to come.
Award-winning
Let's see what we
filmmaker
hear.
responsible for fantastic
Oh, they got
films,
her-
Moment of
They got her cut off. Okay, so clearly Satan's
phenomenon.
voice was coming from that audio because when Ross talks,
all about the work that he's done
we're
to
good.
investigate the Varginha, Brazil case
we
in
can't see it move at
1996,
all.
literally on this day in 1996.
My God, News Nation's just having issues for days. They got Satan on the audio. They got Ross Coulthart frozen. Man, I just hope we can watch this press briefing without a bunch of problems.
Multiple witnesses, including local military police and local civilians, saw beings. One was
so I guess recapping the case here for us.
And the people who conducted an autopsy on that police officer, two pathologists who were responsible for finding out what killed that police officer, are going to be testifying today. And perhaps most dramatically, one of the other witnesses is a doctor who was present in the hospital when the being, one of these beings, was brought in and offered medical treatment. And the doctor gives quite extraordinary evidence. I've seen a preview of what he's about to reveal today. He gives quite extraordinary evidence, first-hand evidence of not only tending to and seeing this being clearly non-human, clearly a humanoid-shaped being, but clearly non-human. And he testifies that this being communicated with him telepathically. What's the news from the floor, Megan?
Okay, so I just did a lap. I want to make sure you guys can hear me okay. So I just did a lap. There are a lot of media outlets here. Nobody has an identifiable mic flag. So I'm not sure who anybody is with. Everyone's kind of got their heads down, trying to figure out some technical issues that are going on. So it seems very busy back there. But I do not know if there are any legacy media members here or if it's just independent journalists, podcasters, and bloggers who are interested in this topic.
Okay, it looks like they're sitting down now.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they're starting to get situated, so hopefully we won't have to hear Baphomet interrupting too much longer during the live stream. I don't know what else to call that. Burp, burp. Okay, so yeah, looks like they're now getting set up there. And hey, the same goes true for here. So y'all have a question, drop it in the chat. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Apparently we got a few people streaming this event, so I appreciate you hanging out in our room and checking it out. Yeah, the sound is just it's just awful. And if you go to, it's interesting because if you go to the National Press Club site and their YouTube page, they're not broadcasting this. And you would think, like, isn't that half the reason for having the event there, that they're gonna broadcast it, they're gonna promote it? But yeah, just nothing. We're not seeing this on CNN or Fox News or any of them. We're seeing it out. So they're having sound issues, but credit to them for at least covering it, right? I mean, at least they're there covering. This is something that we all care about, obviously. That's why we're all tuned in. That's why there's apparently 58 X spaces about it, because people are interested in this topic. And I think we know what we've been getting so far is a very controlled message. Okay, here we go.
I'm going to host the event today, MC. I can tell you, as someone who's an introvert by nature, it normally takes me a few minutes to warm up into speaking. So bear with me. I think at the moment, if we're ready to go, we're ready. Where's James? We started without him. Oh, no, you're there. Okay. All right. So first of all, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. We know, first of all, yes, let's do that. Let's wake up. Thank you. Some people came a very long way to be with us today. Some people got on flights early this morning. Some people drove for many hours in a car. So for everyone who didn't get enough sleep last night or is jet lagged, thank you for your sacrifices. We're very, very happy that you're here with us today. So my job right now is just like an airline flight attendant to tell you where the emergency exits are and how this is going to go. So the first thing is that we are going to read some written statements today. And I know cue collective eye roll, but we're just doing that to set the table. All right, so it'll take us about an hour to move through all of them. The good news is we all read pretty well, so it shouldn't be too torturous. And after the hour is over, you might run a little bit longer than that. We're going to take a 15-minute break, let everyone have a bio break or move around, move your body. Then we'll bring you back in for Q&A. The Q&A will go for an hour as long as it needs to. And then we can be here together until 5 o'clock. So we don't have to feel anxious about the amount of time that we have. We can be chill about it. And we want everybody to have a chance to come up ultimately and meet the presenters here. So know that you'll have plenty of time to do that. What else am I going to say? I think I just did it all.
QR codes.
The QR code. So that was, we weren't quite sure when to do that. Rumor had it QR codes were on the wall, but they're
Yeah, they're posted on the wall.
all right. And so the QR codes are for the videos. Is that right?
Yes, to download the materials.
All right. So there, so she just said it. So we have QR codes on the wall if you want to download the videos later. All right. We good? Everybody else okay? Yes, we're ready for this? All right. James, you ready?
Ready.
Let's make it happen. Yes? All right. All right. So I'm Karin Austin. I'm the managing director at the John Mack Institute and the Center for the Impossible at Rice University. Together with founder Dr. Jeffrey Kreipel and Amanda Foki, head of special collections at the Woodson Research Center, we are spearheading a large-scale metadata research initiative to better understand the patterns of human experience related to the phenomenon. Today, though, I'm here in service to this with all my heart and love and support. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. So with that said, to not bury the lead, this conference addresses the existence of non-human biologics, defined as biological specimens or bodies of a technologically advanced non-human intelligence. The first-hand witnesses here with us today will describe their personal encounters with live, advanced non-human beings that were discovered in the immediate aftermath of a UFO crash outside Varginha, Brazil in 1996. What happened in Varginha is a part of a larger story, one that has accelerated dramatically here in the United States following the 2017 New York Times article that brought renewed attention to military encounters with unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAP. Since then, Congress has held 4 open hearings on UAP, an unprecedented step, while the Department of Defense has released congressionally mandated reports from its UAP task force. Bipartisan legislation has established new oversight and reporting pathways, with additional measures still in development. Members of Congress are pressing for greater transparency and whistleblower protections, while highly credible intelligence and defense insiders, many testifying under oath, have reported on deeply classified programs tasked with the recovery of crashed UAP and the preservation of biologics held within ultra-secret legacy programs. In light of this momentum, the public's right to know becomes central. Evidence that we are not alone should not be classified. Confirmation of the existence of life beyond Earth, I think we all agree, belongs to every human being. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kirk McConnell, to help us understand what's been happening behind the scenes to bring this ecosystem of secrecy under congressional oversight. We are honored to welcome Kirk McConnell.
Stand
Hi. I served for 37 years on the staff of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and the House Intelligence Committee, retiring from government service almost 2 years ago. I was among the staff from the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee who collaboratively investigated the UAP issue on behalf of the senators from both parties on both committees after the seminal articles from the New York Times in 2017 that Karin mentioned and that I'm sure all of you are aware of. As extraordinary as the claims sound of the witnesses that you will be hearing from today about a crash retrieval and the recovery of non-human beings from Varginha in 1996, behind the scenes, similar reports have reached senators and staff conducting the investigation that I referred to. Many of you in attendance today or tuning in to this event are familiar with the public statements of now Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, who has been very outspoken on this matter. As Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, he clearly conveyed how seriously he takes these allegations. He and other senators held meetings and interviews in so-called sensitive compartmented intelligence facilities, SCIFs, over a period of years with very credible sources reporting both direct and secondhand knowledge of the reality of highly intelligent non-human beings. Government retrievals and reverse engineering of craft not made by human beings, and the recovery of bodies of non-human beings. These reports alleged hidden government activities like those you will hear about today, stretching across many decades. What these folks are going to tell you today in person and remotely are astounding, but they're not the only credible testimony about such events. Thank you.
Kirk is actually going to be back later to provide some closing remarks for us. I should also make a note here, we're potentially expecting Representative Burleson. Is that true?
Yes, he said he's coming.
Okay, so there may be a moment where everything pauses and we hiccup and we bring Burleson on stage. So just bear with us if that happens, and hopefully it will. Anyway, thank you, Kirk. We look forward to hearing your closing remarks. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jacques Vallée remotely. Unable to attend the event in person, he generously agreed to record a statement for us. Jacques is a renowned scientific investigator, a cultural icon in this field, and one of its most influential thinkers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacques Vallée. I'm speaking at the request of Mr. James Fox, because a few years ago I initiated the system of multiple databases used by a DIA-sponsored program at Bigelow Aerospace
Jacques Vallée
as a
speaking
cleared
to us
member of
from
the scientific team
another dimension, ladies and
charged
gentlemen.
with the study of UFO, UAP phenomena. The data warehouse system contained data about 260,000 screened reports of anomalous objects in flight and hundreds of reports of creatures, live or dead, associated with crashed or landed vehicles of unknown provenance, including some similar to those in Virginia, thus providing useful multinational and historical context. My current research is taking us to deeper levels with new on-site analytical and physical research on historical cases, such as the 1945 case in San Antonio, New Mexico, the 1964 case in Socorro, New Mexico, also, and the 1965 case in Valençol in France. In those and several others, new physical and environmental data was collected. The observations involve a total of 7 creatures, generally similar in size and general body shape to those described by the witnesses in Virginia, Brazil, and by Mr. Fox, providing both context and statistical support for current and future findings. In particular, all the creatures just mentioned breathed air normally. Beyond this, I currently serve in a private capacity on the Scientific Advisory Board of the French Government National Center for Space Studies, CNES. That unit has actively researched the UFO problem since 1975, including national cases of close encounters with the presence of occupants, a number of which I have also studied on site. It should be clear, however, that I do not represent any of these government organizations in this or any other context. The Varginha incident of 1996 in Brazil, researched and documented by James Fox, fits within cases already known in scientific and medical records, many of which have remained classified. Relaxing the classification requirements while preserving security of essential facilities such as the nuclear labs would make it possible to inform and enlist the scientific community at a higher level. Action by the executive branch to allow more open exchange would be world-changing. As the Varginha case proves, allowing more open contact at an international level would yield better understanding of the global issues. The current segmentation of the data hinders any serious research into what appears to be an extraterrestrial phenomenon empowered by advanced artificial intelligence. Open archives do exist to some extent, describing the physical and biological environment of the crafts and their occupants. Socorro and Valensol in particular, 2 unclassified cases officially deemed unidentified by multiple government agencies, have yielded evidence of traces, recovered materials, and environmental effects. But we know that much more is available. The Varginha case presents exceptional new knowledge beyond what was already known. It improves our information in 2 fundamental ways. First, in the ability to reconstruct what happened to the craft and its occupants from beginning to end. And second, in the professional description of the anatomical and behavioral features of the live creature recovered by authorities within a short time of the crash and to the point of its death. By this achievement, James' long and perilous project has opened up an entirely new field of research.
Thank you, Jacques. His perspective, of course, reminds us of the long arc of inquiry that has led us to this very moment. It's now my honor to introduce James Fox, the documentary filmmaker who spearheaded today's event His work has consistently centered the human experience within some of the world's most provocative UAP cases. James, at 28 years old, completed and sold his first documentary on the UFO subject to Discovery Communications. Over the years, through films like Out of the Blue, I Know What I Saw, The Phenomenon, The Program, and Moment of Contact, he has consistently centered the human experience with some of the world's most provocative cases. James' most recent work, Moment of Contact, New Revelations, returns to the 1996 Varginha, Brazil event, often described as one of the most compelling crash retrieval cases involving multiple live non-human beings of advanced intelligence. For over 2 decades, he and his team have chased down the facts and witnesses to the incident. He has been deeply committed to documenting their accounts with respect and to preserve their voices for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, James Fox.
Thank you, Karin. And welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And there was a colossal undertaking to get these gentlemen from Brazil here. If I say I had to walk on water and move mountains, that would be a huge understatement. So thank you, everyone, for being here and for all your efforts. Just informed that Congressman Burleson has just arrived. I don't know how long he's going to stay with us, but I'm hoping there he is. Welcome, Congressman. Thank you so much. Yeah. We also have a sitting member of the Senate, Senator Gerald from Brazil, who's standing here. Can you stand up, please? Yep, he's here. Yeah. So we will be introducing Congressman Burleson. Would you like to give a quick statement now, or would you like to wait till a little bit later? Come on up, please. I'll finish mine afterwards. Excellent. Thank you so much, Congressman.
Extraordinary.
So my work is taking me around the world investigating some extraordinary allegations of UFO encounters, now referred to as UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena. But what brings us here together today is what I consider, and many others, the most compelling case in modern history. In January 1996, in Varginha, Brazil, numerous witnesses reported a cigar-shaped object in distress, which ultimately crashed in a field, Maiolini Farm, just outside the city of Varginha, Brazil. Several days later, on January 20th, 3 girls outside the city, ages 14, 16, and 21, came within a few steps of an otherworldly creature cowering in broad daylight against a wall in a vacant lot. Over time, it was revealed that the Brazilian Fire Department and military police captured 2 non-human beings on that same day. According to multiple Brazilian government officials, the crash debris and non-human beings, likely one still living, were flown out of Brazil within days by U.S. Air Force and presumably remain in the possession of a secret U.S. government classified research program. More and more witnesses are coming forward because courage is infectious and there's strength in numbers. This investigation is far from over. We are encouraging a coalition between officials from the U.S. and Brazil to acquire additional records, including potential video and photographic evidence of this case. I believe in this case because this could settle the debate once and for all that we're not alone. I'm very grateful to our Brazilian witnesses taking the time to come all this way to be here with us today. As I said earlier, we had to move mountains and walk on water. The Brazilian statements will be translated by Eleni Class, who's right here across, and who co-produced a new kind of Moment of Contact and was instrumental in making this conference happen. Thank you, Eleni. I'm going to mention Carlos de Souza, who's here as well, was initial crash witness. We took years to track him down. Yeah. He gave he gave one brief statement in 1996 to a researcher named Claudio Covo, and then he vanished for the better part of 26 years. And I remember we were going to include a segment in the phenomenon, a film I did. And at the end of the day, we were like, we got to find more witnesses we scrapped the whole idea and ended up making a movie. But we found him, and a year or two later, we got him to come forward and share his story. It's one of the earliest civilian witnesses to the events surrounding the Varginha crash. He's a former businessman, a longtime geography teacher, and an experienced ultralight pilot. Carlos made one public statement, as I said earlier, and then he vanished. So we're very grateful to have Carlos here with us today. Carlos, please.
Check, 1, 2, check.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. É grande prazer estar falando hoje com vocês.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to speak with you today.
Me perdoe pouco o nervosismo que filme passa na minha cabeça nesse instante da minha vida inteira.
Forgive me, I'm a bit nervous. This movie of the scene just plays in my head all the time.
Eu testemunhei a queda de uma nave não terrestre no ano de 1996, no dia 13 de janeiro.
I witnessed the crash of a non-terrestrial craft on January 13th, 1996.
Eu viajava de São Paulo para a cidade de Três Corações. E durante esse percurso, eu parei rapidamente no acostamento e, nesse momento, pela rodovia Fernão Dias, no caso, porque eu iria a encontro de pilotos de ultraleve, que eu era recém-formado como piloto, então eu iria encontrar os amigos.
I was en route from São Paulo to the city of Três Corações via Fernão Dias Highway in Minas Gerais for an ultralight pilots gathering.
Ao fazer uma breve parada, eu avistei objeto que para mim naquele momento está em formato de charuto, não era nada terrestre, era simplesmente dirigível, pois na época...
Lê o texto, Carlos.
Oh, ok, sorry. Em formato de charuto, tá? E eu observei que ele estava em apuros.
When I made a brief stop near Varginha, I looked skyward. I spotted a cigar-shaped object which seemed distressed. Initially, I assumed it was a blimp, common at the time over soccer fields for broadcasts. It released white smoke while losing altitude.
Inicialmente, como eu já havia falado, eu pensei que fosse dirigível. Tá? Na época era muito comum sobre os campos de futebol no Brasil, para fazer as transmissões das partidas. Só que ele saía dele uma fumaça muito branca. E ao ele fazer uma pequena curva, eu observei que na sua lateral ele tinha rasgo da metade para trás. E ele estava rapidamente perdendo altitude.
It released white smoke while losing altitude. It made a slight turn that revealed a lateral tear from the middle to the back. It was clearly having problems.
Logo pensei, como piloto, que os ocupantes estariam em graves problemas, porque só quem é piloto sabe o desespero que dá você estar numa nave com problemas ou numa aeronave com problemas. Entrei no meu veículo rapidamente e comecei a acompanhá-lo através do para-brisa até o seu local da sua queda. Na esperança, na verdade, de ajudar quem estava lá dentro.
Only a pilot would know the difficulty of seeing a craft in trouble. So he quickly realized that the occupants could be in deep trouble. I got in my car and followed its trajectory towards the crash site, hoping to be able to help.
Ao chegar no local da queda, eu estranhei de início, porque o esperado era cheiro de combustível ou querosene, mas havia cheiro de amônia e ovo podre. Muito diferente, que ardia muito meus olhos, queimava os meus olhos. Então eu subi a camisa para poder respirar, que eu não conseguia. Metade da nave, desse objeto, tá, que no caso, para mim, ainda era um dirigível, estava encostado numa árvore. E a outra metade traseira eram vários destroços.
When I got there, I smelled a foul odor, like ammonia with rotten eggs, burning my eyes. Half the craft remained intact by a tree, and the debris of the back part was scattered everywhere.
Nesse momento, rapidamente, chegou vários veículos militares.
Multiple army vehicles arrived promptly.
Nesse momento, estava eu estava no meio dos destroços, onde houve que negócio. E esses fragmentos, tá, eu levei baixei e peguei na minha mão. E eu observei que ele era muito leve, não tinha peso nenhum. Parecia um papel alumínio, aquelas folhas de papel alumínio bem fininhas. E amassei ele. Ao soltá-lo, o que eu tomei um susto gigantesco, ele voltou ao formato normal. Meu Deus, o que é isso?
At that point, I was in the middle of the wreckage, and I picked up a lightweight fragment resembling aluminum foil. I crumpled it in my hand, but when I let go, it instantly resumed its shape.
Nesse exato momento, um soldado do exército, da ESA, se mais preciso, no Brasil, veio em minha direção com um rifle, tá? E começou a gritar, vai embora, vai embora. E no que ele deu impacto, tirou de mim esse fragmento, ok? E eu respondi para ele, não, eu não vou. Tem gente caída lá, machucada, que para mim até aquele momento não fazia sentido o cenário. Para mim era, ele vai embora, vai embora. Eu falei, não, não vou. Ele deu um passo para trás, levantou a arma, engatilhou, apontou para minha cabeça. Eu não estou pedindo, eu estou mandando, eu vou abrir a tua cabeça no meio se você não for embora.
A soldier approached fast and hit me in the chest with his rifle, so I was forced to drop the metal I was holding. He shouted, "Leave now." I replied, "No, people in there need help." He aimed his gun at my head and said, "I am not requesting, it is an order. Leave now or I'll split your skull."
Virei-me imediatamente, tremendo, morrendo de medo, sem entender nada. E estava muito assustado mesmo com tudo aquilo.
I turned and departed immediately. I was very scared and confused.
Saí do local imediatamente, que não tinha o que fazer, estava com medo, né, não entendia nada, e caminhei até um posto de gasolina, porque eu falei, vou tomar um café e me acalmar. Todo aquele negócio era demais para minha cabeça. Sorry. Desculpem-me. E para me recompor, fui ao posto tomar um café para me recompor. Em poucos minutos, uns 4 minutos, 5 minutos no máximo, chegou um carro escuro, um Opala, um carro da época, azul escuro, quase preto, com 2 homens bem vestidos, elegantes, ternos pretos, camisa branca, óculos escuros, desceram e vieram ao meu encontro. Ok.
I left the area and stopped at the first gas station to compose myself. A few minutes later, a very dark blue, near black vehicle pulled up. 2 suited men got out and approached me. Me chamando pelo nome.
Ok. Deles veio em minha direção, tá, e me chamou pelo meu nome. Falou o nome da minha esposa, o nome do negócio, para mim, apontando o dedo para mim, e perguntou, eu perguntei para ele, falando se eu era o Carlos Souza, se eu era isso, e apontando ele para mim. E eu perguntei para ele, quem é você? Não te conheço. Ele respondeu frio e simplesmente, você não viu nada, você não sabe de nada, ou você terá sérios problemas o resto da sua vida.
One of these
Entendeu?
men approached him and called him by name, stating his address, naming wife and business, and he asked, "Who are you?" And this man threatened, "You saw nothing, you know nothing, or you will have problems for the rest of your life."
Partiram rapidamente. Nesse momento, eu peguei um papel, guardanapo, limpar a boca, com uma caneta, para anotar a placa do veículo. Porque, para mim, quem eram aquelas pessoas para falarem aquilo? Só que ao chegar na porta do estabelecimento que eu estava tomando café, quem falou que o carro tinha placa? Não havia placa no veículo. Eles simplesmente partiram.
They departed swiftly. I grabbed a napkin to write down the license plate, but there wasn't one.
Imploro a todos os presentes aqui, após 30 anos, ridicularizado, julgado pela sociedade, não nos abandone novamente. Permitam que a verdade venha à tona. Tenham coragem de falar a verdade para nós. Eu não sou louco. Ninguém é louco aqui. Tenho família com qualquer um. Por favor, falem a verdade àquele que sabe, às autoridades. Só peço isso. Obrigado.
I implore the authorities and people present, after 30 years of ridicule and societal judgment, do not abandon us again. Allow the truth to emerge. Summon the courage to disclose it. Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
That's a very, very powerful speech. It's quite profound to hear someone speaking so directly about a first-hand evidence like that.
I want to say that I tracked him down specifically. I want to say that we tracked him down, specifically my team, Marco Leal in Brazil, and begged and pleaded with him to come forward after silence of 26 years. He's never asked for a dime. He's not trying to sell anything. Like, wow. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Carlos. We have colossal effort to get 6 additional firsthand witnesses here. In fact, we hired an immigration lawyer. We reached out to Congressman Burleson's office. He was very happy to help implement getting their visas approved. He was working diligently, his office. He put it on one of his best people. And unfortunately, 6 visas were denied. So we rushed back just a couple of weeks ago, Alini and myself, covert mission, went back to Brazil with the help of the local government and got access to an official building with a podium and flags. And we recorded statements from all those that had their visas denied. So that's the story behind why we're presenting it. They wanted to be here in person. They tried everything to be here in person. We worked on it for the better part of 9 months. And again, I'll remind you, the QR code allows you to download free of access, use it anywhere you want, right there by the doors. There's another one by those doors. It'll give you full access to all the videos you're about to see. And I ask you to please spread them far and wide. They're all yours. They're everybody's. So we're going to, without further ado, we're going to show you 6 additional statements from firsthand witnesses right now that were unable to be here. Thank you.
Eu juro que o que eu vou dizer é simplesmente a verdade e nada mais do que a verdade. Meu nome é Fábio Furtado e em janeiro de 1996, eu e meu amigo que estávamos na fazenda que trabalhávamos em Três Corações, vimos um objeto voador não identificado. Um objeto que não era normal para a época, uma coisa que a gente nunca tinha visto. Ele fez movimentos sem nenhum tipo de curva, subiu e desceu, fez um Z no ar e desceu atrás do morro, na frente da nossa fazenda que nós morávamos e trabalhávamos em 96. O objeto ele era cilíndrico, era do tamanho mais ou menos do micro-ônibus, e o movimento que ele fez no ar, eu nunca vi se repetir isso, nem nos dias atuais, nas aeronaves mais tecnológicas que nós temos hoje. Aquele objeto fez um pouso, e no dia seguinte, eu fui lá para conferir, e vi um amarelado no chão. Ali eu tive aquela certeza, percepção, que aquele objeto não era desse mundo.
Eu juro que eu vou dizer aqui agora é a verdade, somente a verdade. Meu nome é Liliane Silva, tenho 46 anos, sou professora na educação infantil. No sábado 20 de janeiro de 1996, a mais ou menos às 3h20, eu, Valquíria e a Kátia, ao cortar caminho, vindo do trabalho, observei no muro uma pichação, onde embaixo dessa pichação de uma trave de futebol, eu avistei uma criatura, estatura baixa, com os olhos vermelhos, a pele marrom, como se tivesse passado um óleo, umas veias que saíam do pescoço até o braço, né? E quando que eu avistei ali, eu tive uma sensação, assim, terrível, como se o mundo tivesse parado. Foram minutos, mais minutos, assim, que passou um filme na minha vida. Na hora que eu gritei para avisar as meninas, olha ali, a criatura olhou para mim, eu olhei nos olhos dela, me passou uma sensação que ela estivesse sofrendo, que ela estivesse pedindo ajuda, se escondendo de alguém ali. E assim, aqueles minutinhos que eu fixei nos olhos dela, eu entrei em pânico, não sabia o que eu fazia, só falei assim, gente, vamos correr, e comecei a correr na frente delas, né, em sentido da minha casa. As meninas olharam para ela, e teve a mesma impressão, cada um viu alguma coisa, mas assim, apavorada, saímos correndo no sentido da minha casa.
Juro dizer a verdade, nada além da verdade. Sou Kátia Xavier, uma das 3 testemunhas do caso Varginha. Eu estive a 2 metros de uma criatura. Foi dia 20 de janeiro de 1996. Eu, Liliane e Valquíria estávamos juntos, passando nesse terreno, e tivemos cara a cara praticamente com uma coisa muito estranha, um extraterrestre. E assim, ele me passou muito medo. Ele era marrom, dos olhos vermelhos, com a pele oleosa, uma cabeça grande, com 3 dedos na mão, um pé grande. E aquilo mudou muito a minha vida, transformou a minha vida. E me passava que estava sofrendo naquele lugar, que era que ele pedia ajuda para mim. Eu não conseguia me mexer, olhando para ele e tentando pegar alguma coisa a mais. Então, eu já ia para a direção dele, tipo assim, eu vou ajudar ele, né? Não pensei assim em consequência. Eu vou ajudar essa criatura, essa pessoa. Quando eu fui para tomar essa atitude, a Liliane voltou, pegou no meu braço e me puxou. Foi aonde eu me desliguei completamente. Mas aí já não era mais aquela Kátia. Era totalmente diferente. Por quê? Porque, assim, me transformou. Me deixou, assim, com sequelas de que, poxa, por que não fiz algo? Poxa, por que pegaram ele? Por eu ter falado, pegaram ele, fizeram o que fizeram com ele. Então, isso ficou marcado em mim. Porque eu sinto essa criatura junto comigo a todo momento, aonde eu vou. Então, sempre vou dizer a minha verdade. Em janeiro faz 30 anos a história. E eu nunca mudei nenhuma sílaba e nunca vou mudar. Porque essa é a minha verdade.
Eu juro que o que eu vou contar agora é verdade, nada mais que a verdade. Eu me chamo Valquíria, sou uma das testemunhas do dia 20 de janeiro de 1996, onde estava eu, a minha irmã Liliane e a nossa amiga Kátia, quando estávamos indo embora do trabalho e avistamos uma criatura. Uma criatura diferente, que nós não sabemos o que era, mas era assustadora. Quando eu olhei para os olhos dela, eu senti que ela estava com muito medo. Da mesma forma que a gente ficou assustada, ela também ficou apavorada. Foi o que ela passou no olhar para a gente. E marrom, de olhos vermelhos, tinha brilho no corpo, como se tivesse passado óleo. E aquele dia marcou a nossa vida para sempre.
Eu juro falar a verdade, nada mais do que a verdade. Meu nome é Luísa Helena da Silva, sou mãe das duas meninas que viu o ser. Depois de meia hora que eu fui até no local, a Kátia chorando muito, eu cheguei até lá, vi a pegada. Tinha grama e a pegada dos dedos dele. Assim, só 3 dedos, muito comprido, assim. E só a única coisa que eu consegui já tinha sumido dali. É o cheiro daquele lugar que ficou muito e muito tempo, uns 20, 25 dias no máximo, se eu não me esqueço, no meu nariz. Então, depois do acontecido, que as meninas viram esse ser lá, eu recebi na minha casa 4 homens que eu nunca tinha visto na minha vida. Era 4 homens vestidos de preto, e eles foi só entrando e foi fazendo uma proposta para mim, se eu aceitasse aquele dinheiro, abriu a mala na minha frente, disse que a gente ia ficar milionário para o resto da vida. É um dinheiro esquisito, eu nunca tinha visto na minha vida. Era uma maleta assim, nessa altura, Inês abri, que abriu, os outros só olhavam, que eu tenho a impressão que eles não falavam a nossa língua, só um que falava. E falou que era muito dinheiro, que a gente ia ficar rica, que eu tinha que ir embora daqui. Mas eles queriam que eu ia se eu aceitasse, que era para mim ir numa emissora, numa TV, reunir as meninas, e mentiram. Que, por exemplo, um exemplo que ele deu, que as meninas viam um bezerro, um cachorro doente, um ser humano doente. Eu fiquei muito assustada com isso, achei que isso não era digno. E aí pedi para eles ir embora dali. Fiquei com muito medo deles, sim. Então, eu acho que eu não poderia mentir uma coisa desse jeito se eu não cheguei a ver. Agora, mentir que as meninas não viram nada, isso aí também já é demais. É só isso que eu tenho que falar.
Eu juro que o que eu vou dizer é a acepção mais correta da verdade, é a verdade dos fatos. Meu nome é Nier Nadeia, eu sou jornalista, sou diretor da TV Princesa, onde já trabalho desde aquela época. Em janeiro de 1996, no dia 20, eu estava trabalhando e logo que saí, fiquei sabendo do avistamento na cidade. Eu fui averiguar esse avistamento, fui impedido pelos soldados da ESA, né, que não deixaram que eu subisse até o local, porque por ser da cidade, eu sei onde as coisas acontecem. Eu queria ver. Parei o carro, desci, queria ir a pé, disseram que eu não poderia passar. Eu questionei o porquê, assunto de segurança nacional. Oh, mas e a minha liberdade de ir e vir? Vocês têm que ficar. Pois bem, isso aconteceu. Depois, no domingo, tiveram pessoas que fizeram avistamento. Eu estive no hospital regional, porque fiquei sabendo que lá havia uma movimentação, vi os médicos em polvorosa, mas não soube o quê. E o mais importante que eu esqueci de dizer, naquele momento em que eu estava próximo ao local dos fatos, eu ouvia barulho de gente na mata, como se estivesse correndo, e 2 frases me marcaram. Cerca, cerca. O outro respondia, é liso, é liso. Essas coisas ficaram na minha mente por um bom tempo. Mandei 2 jornalistas para uma entrevista coletiva que teria na ESA para eles tentarem colocar panos quentes, dizer que, não, era apenas um exercício militar, era caminhão que estava arrumando, e eu instruí os meus repórteres, pergunta exatamente sobre isso, sobre o que aconteceu, mas seja incisivo. A resposta que eles tiveram foi, se vocês insistirem nesse assunto, vocês vão ser presos. Então, quer dizer, para mim, havia um processo de acobertamento e que, aliás, perdura até hoje, por enquanto. que muita gente, como eu, tem relatos iguais a esse, mas que ainda hoje tem medo de dar a cara a tapa e de falar o que aconteceu.
Eu juro que eu vou dizer a verdade, a pura verdade. Sou militar do Exército da época de 1996, onde ocorreu um fato ET de Varginha. Participei no transporte e também na visualização do ser extraterrestre, onde eu fiz o transporte, mas primeiramente, antes de transportar esse ser, eu entrei na porta, na segunda porta do hospital, onde avistei um ser e posteriormente veio relatos de que era simplesmente um extraterrestre. Com isso, eu fiz o transporte dele de Varginha para Três Corações, de Três Corações para Campinas, onde deixei a viatura e outros militares assumiram. E, posteriormente, retornando para Três Corações, houve o relato que os americanos teriam já a posse desse ser, transportando ele para um local ignorado, um local que eu não sei.
Wow, this is compelling
Eu
stuff.
vim para a verdade, somente a verdade. Meu nome é Marta, sou irmã do militar Marco Elixerez, que em 96 veio a óbito e participou da captura do ET. Meu irmão tinha 23 anos na época, era militar da P2. Falo com convicção que muitas das pessoas levam o caso para ser fantástico e não é. É um caso muito sério. Realmente, meu irmão participou da captura do ET e veio a óbito. A causa indefinida, até hoje indefinida. Mas a gente vai esclarecer isso, custe o que custar. Passe o tempo que passar, nada fica encoberto. Mas eu gostaria que as pessoas que soubessem um pouco mais, que viessem e se pronunciassem, mas desde que dizendo a verdade. Eu perdi uma parte na qual não vou ser restaurada nunca mais. Eu queria que o governo, as autoridades falassem o que realmente aconteceu no dia, o porquê que se escondem, né? Eu sei que pode existir pessoas que não vão entender, mas eu acredito que muitas das pessoas, a maioria, irá entender esse caso sim. Estou aqui esperando uma resposta da sociedade, da população, quem sabe de algum militar que queira falar. Hoje eu aguardo. E vamos torcer para que as pessoas que venham até nós venham com contundência, venham com firmeza, com declaração explícita. Simplesmente, se por mais dura que seja a verdade, que ela seja dita.
Why hide it? Why hide it indeed? That's very compelling evidence. James has done some fantastic work.
Almost feels like we should just take a moment of silence. That's a lot. I think we can all hear and feel that everyone here and here is telling the truth to the best of their ability from their heart. As I regain my composure here, our next Brazilian witness brings an essential perspective to one of the most difficult and still unresolved aspects of the Varginha case, the sudden and tragic death of a healthy 23-year-old military police officer, Marco Cherez, who, with the help of fellow officer Eric Lopes, captured one of the live beings with his bare hands. Within weeks, he developed a severe bacterial infection that would ultimately prove fatal. Dr. Armando, the forensic specialist who conducted Cherez's autopsy, is a highly respected physician with a law degree who works primarily in forensic medicine. Over more than 3 decades with the Minas Gerais Civil Police, he served as a forensic pathologist, criminal medical examiner, and critical medical examiner. I'm seeing in some of my notes here that I finished at 3 a.m. The obvious results that I was finishing at 3 a.m. He also served as the president of the Medical Association and Municipal Secretary of Health in Varginha. He is here with us today to discuss his knowledge of the case. Dr. Armando.
Bom dia. Declaro que estou dizendo a verdade, e que não tenho nenhum conflito de interesses pessoais ou de outra natureza.
Good day. I hereby state that I am telling the truth and that I have no conflict of interest, personal or otherwise.
Fui designado para realizar autópsia no corpo do soldado de 23 anos, Marco Eli Xerez, cuja morte inesperada levou o comandante da Polícia Militar de Minas Gerais a solicitar uma investigação por suspeita de erro profissional.
I was assigned to perform the autopsy on the body of the 23-year-old soldier, Marco Eli Xerez, whose unexpected death led the commander of the military police of the state of Minas Gerais to request an investigation on suspicion of professional error.
Causou estranheza que um jovem soldado saudável ter morrido em decorrência de um abscesso na região axilar esquerda.
It was considered unusual that a young, healthy soldier would die as a result of what appeared to be a simple abscess in the underarm area.
Realizei a autópsia e encaminhei fragmentos de órgãos e amostras de sangue ao meu colega, o renomado médico patologista, Dr. João Batista Macuco Janini, para avaliações laboratoriais e maiores esclarecimentos.
I sent organ fragments and blood samples to my colleague, the renowned pathologist, Dr. João Batista Janini, for laboratory assessment and further clarification.
Foi observada uma cicatriz recente na região axilar esquerda, decorrente de uma drenagem cirúrgica de uma lesão infecciosa.
A recent scar was observed in the left underarm region as a result from a surgical drainage of an infectious lesion.
O paciente faleceu poucos dias depois, apesar de ter sido avaliado e tratado por outros médicos, com doses elevadas de anti-inflamatórios e de antibióticos.
The patient died a few days later, despite having been evaluated and treated by other physicians with high doses of anti-inflammatory medications and antibiotics.
Como tratava-se de uma bactéria altamente virulenta e multiresistente, a infecção evoluiu rapidamente, espalhando-se pelo corpo, resultando em choque séptico e na morte do jovem soldado.
As the infection was caused by a highly virulent and multi-drug resistant bacterium, it progressed rapidly, spreading throughout the body and resulting in septic shock, eventually leading to the death of the young soldier.
Infelizmente, o médico patologista Dr. Janini não pôde participar desse nosso evento pela idade avançada, mas fez questão de elaborar uma declaração por escrito, que foi traduzida para o inglês para ser apresentada a todos vocês, hoje, nesta data tão importante, nesta conferência.
Unfortunately, the pathologist, Dr. Janini, was unable to attend our event due to his advanced age, but he prepared a written statement that was carefully translated to present to you today.
Quem vai fazer a leitura?
We'll invite Mateus over to the stage to read the statement for you guys.
Most honorable ladies and gentlemen, distinguished authorities, scientists, and representatives of the institutions gathered here. My name is João Janini. I am a professor and doctor with specialization in anatomic pathology. I worked professionally for 60 years, during which I performed more than 50,000 autopsies, conducted over 1 million microscopic analyses, and served as a preceptor to more than 200 postgraduate students. I carried out academic activities at 3 higher education institutions: Fluminense Federal University, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and the University of Brasilia, where I held the position of associate professor. In the southern region of Minas Gerais, I founded the Institute for Prevention and Diagnosis, IPD, where I developed and implemented programs focused on cancer prevention. The access granted to me was limited exclusively to tissue fragments collected during the autopsy of the body of soldier Marco Eli Scerezi. Subsequently, I received circumstantial reports presented by gentlemen ufologists who requested a review of the previously mentioned material. Based on these reports, I prepared my conclusions focusing exclusively on the identification and analysis of the bacterium responsible for the infection that affected the soldier. This bacterium proved to be a microbial agent of extremely high aggressiveness and lethality. Given its characteristics, I understand that it goes beyond the limits of a conventional infection, possibly presenting itself as a highly specialized mechanism of aggression and defense, which raises the hypothesis of its alien origin. We are currently awaiting the necessary legal procedures for the exhumation of the body, with the expectation that advanced studies in molecular biology may provide new evidence regarding its mechanisms of aggressiveness, corroborating the hypothesis that it is an organism of extraterrestrial origin. If confirmed, such a finding would represent unequivocal proof of the existence of extraterrestrial life, implying a profound global reformulation of our philosophical understanding of existence. January the 8th, 2026, Varginha, Dr. J. Giannini.
Unequivocal proof of the existence of ET life. Doesn't get better than that.
Thank you, Dr. Armando. We have the distinct honor of, as I've announced earlier, Senator João, who's here, and we thought we would offer him a quick opportunity to say something if you'd like, take a few-minute break, and then we're going to present Dr. Italo, who allegedly had face-to-face contact with the creature, some level of communication for 3 to 4 minutes after we take a short little break. So, Senator, if you'd like to come up and say a little brief word, we're happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My English is not so good, so I would like to, Aline will help me. É uma honra ter recebido o convite seu, James Fox, para estarmos aqui hoje.
It's a great honor to have received the invitation from James Fox to be here today.
Eu não vim em nome do Senado do Brasil.
I did not come representing the Brazilian Senate.
Desde pequeno, eu tenho curiosidade nesse assunto.
Since I was little, I've been curious about this subject.
Então, eu fiz questão de vir aqui pagando do meu bolso,
So I made sure to come here on my own account.
Trazendo amigos como o Coronel Gerson Gomes,
Bringing friends such as the Colonel Gerson Gomes.
Que é jornalista independente muito respeitado do Brasil.
That's a very respected independent journalist in Brazil.
Para compartilhar com vocês esse momento histórico.
to share with you here this historical moment.
Eu sou do Ceará,
I'm from Ceará, a
um
state in Brazil,
estado no nordeste do Brasil.
in the north of Brazil.
E lá nós tivemos uma brilhante escritora chamada Raquel de Queiroz.
We have a brilliant author, writer there called Raquel de Queiroz.
Ela escrevia mensalmente na revista mais importante do Brasil.
She wrote monthly to the most important magazine in Brazil.
E quebrou um paradigma escrevendo um artigo sobre um avistamento em Quixadá, que fica no meu estado.
And she broke the paradigm by writing about this UFO case in Quixadá,
Com 20 testemunhas confirmando.
with 20 witnesses confirming it.
Nós tivemos outro caso no Brasil que é muito emblemático também,
There is another puzzling case in Brazil also
que é a Operação Prato,
that's called Operação Prato, Operation Plate,
que a Força Aérea Brasileira
that the Brazilian Air Force
identificou em vários estados do Brasil,
identified in several states over Brazil
na mesma noite,
on the same evening,
vários objetos voadores não identificados.
many UFO or UAPs.
Mas o caso mais simbólico e que mais repercute no mundo
But the most symbolic case and the one of most repercussion in the world
é o caso de Varginha.
is the Varginha case.
Tem um grande humanista brasileiro de Minas Gerais também,
There is a great Brazilian humanist also from the state of Minas Gerais,
um pacifista considerado pelo povo brasileiro como o mineiro do século, que nasceu em Minas Gerais.
a pacifist considered by Brazilians, considerado o quê?
É considerado como o brasileiro de todos os tempos, um grande brasileiro de todos os tempos.
Like the great Brazilian of all times, this pacifist,
Chico Xavier.
Chico Xavier.
Ele fez um documentário, James, que foi feito em relação à sua fala da data limite de Chico Xavier.
He made a documentary talking about the limit date of Chico Xavier.
Não ele que fez, fizeram um documentário que está aberto, gratuito.
They made a documentary about him.
E ele diz que com 50 anos após o homem chegar na Lua,
And he said that 50 years after man has reached the moon,
se nós não tivéssemos a Terceira Guerra Mundial,
if we didn't have the Third World War,
o mundo iria conhecer em pouco tempo
the world would shortly come to know
um contato mais próximo com seres de outros planetas.
a closer contact with beings from other planets.
E eu quero parabenizar Jamie pela sua coragem.
He wants to congratulate James for his courage.
Eu quero parabenizar também 2 convidados que foram ao Senado do Brasil,
He wants to also congratulate 2 guests that came to the Brazilian Senate.
que nós fizemos 3 anos atrás um evento mundial no Senado do Brasil sobre os 75 anos de ufologia.
They did a 70-year ufology celebration event.
O detetive aposentado da Polícia Federal, da Polícia Inglesa, Gary Heseltine,
Retired detective of the English police.
e Robert Lambert Salas, comandante da reserva do Exército Americano e pesquisador de ufologia.
Commander of the U.S. Army and UFO researcher.
Foi um evento com uma presença de pesquisadores, ufólogos
It was a great event with researchers
do Brasil.
in Brazil.
E para encerrar,
And to finish,
esses brasileiros aqui que estão comigo têm muita coragem.
these Brazilians up here with me are very courageous.
Não é fácil tratar desse assunto no Brasil, que existe o julgamento e é entendido por muitas pessoas como chacota.
It's not easy to deal with the subject matter in Brazil. There's a lot of ridicule and a lot of fun poked at these people.
E nós vivemos um momento hoje gravíssimo político no Brasil,
And we are in a dire political moment in Brazil also,
de caçada à liberdade de expressão,
where they're hunting down freedom of expression,
com presos políticos, mais de 1.000 presos políticos.
with more than 1,000 political prisoners.
E falar desse assunto hoje também precisa ter muita coragem.
And to speak about this today also requires a lot of courage.
Eu faço um apelo às autoridades americanas que porventura estejam aqui,
He makes an appeal to the American authorities that may be here today,
que possam ter alguns elementos desse caso de Varginha, possam ter trazido aos Estados Unidos,
that they can bring some of the elements of the Varginha case to the United States,
que possam compartilhar conosco. Eu estarei à disposição
that they may share that with us, that he will be available,
e cobrarei transparência também do governo brasileiro
and he will also require transparency from the Brazilian government
para que a verdade triunfe.
so that the truth may triumph.
Muito obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much.
James Fox has done a formidably good job in putting these witnesses together. This is extraordinary evidence. As the pathologist who read the statement conveyed, this is the opportunity for absolutely carte blanche evidence.
All right. This has gone on a little longer than we thought, but that happens. And so I can feel the tension in the room. People need to squiggle and move around for a few minutes. So why don't we actually take the 15-minute break now?
Couple minute break.
10,
10-minute break.
10, negotiate.
Have a glass of water.
Women need a few minutes. So I just wanted to say, yeah, we have 3 speakers left, right? We have Dr. Italo and Colonel Clausen and what's your name, Kirk? And then I don't know, Representative Burleson, I'm concerned about your timing. Do you need to leave soon? Should we? You're okay. All right, fantastic. All right, 10 minutes.
Couple minute break.
We'll see you
guys,
here.
and then we'll
See you back. All right, thanks.
So this is a great opportunity, Megan, for you and I to talk about what we're hearing today. I mean, we're getting incredible witnesses. I mean, a number of those people I've never heard before. I'm aware of the evidence of the 3 women who were once girls, who were witnesses to the creature hiding in the alleyway. But there's something compelling about seeing this evidence presented in the way that James is doing this today. It is quite extraordinary. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree. And those videos that we all saw, I did not see those yesterday. So those were all new to me. And it just really blows my mind, for lack of a better word, that all of these people are coming forward, but again, they have no relation to one another. So how could so many people in this area, you have police officers, Air Force members, doctors, random witnesses, a television news director, they're all having this experience and they're not connected. So they're just, it's very compelling.
You don't see any trace of confabulation. I don't see any indication of deceit or dissembling. These people are telling the truth. I thought the most interesting exchange in my mind was hearing the mother of the 2 girls describing how she was offered a suitcase of money. And she felt that it was unbelievable the way she said that she wasn't prepared to lie, even with the inducement of being offered the opportunity to become an instant millionaire. That's very powerful evidence. These people aren't talking for any inducement. James is not giving them any benefit. There's no consideration. They're just telling the truth, aren't they?
Absolutely. And if you have the personality trait of lying and telling a tale, you probably also possess the personality trait of accepting a huge sum of cash. So you're prone to believe these people. And when these gentlemen are up here, ladies are up here giving their testimonies, the room is silent. You can feel everybody is just captivated by what is being said, the evidence that's being presented, and you really have to question, what is humanity? Are we exposing right now what could be greater than humanity, which is a gigantic question.
So, Megan, I'm going to cross now to Andy, our colleague in the newsroom in Chicago. He's got some questions that have been asked of us by our viewers. Andy, you want to fire some of those questions my way?
You got it, buddy. Let me pull this one up on the screen. This is from Jamie Wild, 4757.
Now, are you aware if the Varginha case on the US side was ever investigated by the UAP task force under Jay Stratton's leadership? Thanks, Jamie. Jamie, I don't know. It's as simple as that. We just don't know. I'm remiss, frankly, in not asking Jay Stratton about that. I will. What I can tell you is, as is the case right now, there is a continuing effort to cover up and hide UAP retrievals and reverse engineering. And I just don't think there's any willingness at the moment in the majority of people in either the Congress or the administration, or indeed in the Defense Department, to tell the public the truth about what they really know. I mean, what we've got here today is categorical evidence of some group of people saying they've had first-hand contact with a non-human being, and evidence of them witnessing the crash of a non-human craft, an alien craft. It really is quite extraordinary. If the Congress, if the US administration under President Trump, if they choose to ignore this evidence, they're turning a blind eye to categorical evidence that, frankly, I think would convince a jury in any criminal trial. Maybe, Megan, just for the moment, you wouldn't mind muting your mic just for the moment?
Absolutely right, of course.
Give us another question, Andy. Are there any more?
Yeah, we've got a few. And this next one dovetails off of what you were just saying about whether the U.S. government's going to do anything. This viewer's asking, why would our government, meaning the United States government, say anything or acknowledge any event from decades ago in Brazil? There's no vested interest. Your reaction there?
Well, you say that. There is no vested interest for the US government to reveal that it has possession of non-human technology and alleged biologics, alien beings. And I guess that goes if you accept that it's important for the US government to conceal this. Unfortunately, as we know from the evidence that's been given by David Grush and by other witnesses, Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, a lot of what's been going on in this legacy retrieval and reverse engineering program has been allegedly illegal, if not criminal. And the issue is, do we care about whether or not Congress is properly oversighted and informed, and if the correct accountability controls are applied as is required by the United States Constitution? If we don't care about that anymore, if we just live in a national security state where the executive of the Trump administration can basically say, we're not going to answer your questions, we're just going to ignore you, then I guess you could say that. Yes, the government does have a vested interest, clearly, in keeping this quiet, but this is a government that was founded on a constitution that says that government is for the people and by the people. And frankly, it doesn't have the ability to operate without accountability to Congress when public money is being expended. And that's the issue here, is that, yeah, sure, you can make sweeping assertions of national security, you can try and keep things quiet, but courageous people like these witnesses are coming forward and saying, this happened. I was offered inducements, I was threatened, I was offered a bribe. People have been bullied, intimidated, threatened with the loss of their careers. Ultimately, do we care about that? I think we should. And just because government has a vested interest in preserving the national security of what they're asserting here, why do they have any right to keep secret from the human race that they are aware of the existence of a
decades, the public conversation around UFOs has centered on a single question. What are they? But there's another question, one that may be more consequential and far less comfortable. Who controls the technology. If we accept the growing body of testimony, historical reporting, and insider accounts indicating that the U.S. military and its partners began recovering crashed anomalous vehicles as early as the 1930s, then the implications are significant. Because recovery is only the first step. What follows that is analysis, exploitation, and ultimately attempts at replication. According to multiple sources across decades, these recovered vehicles and materials did not remain within traditional military structures. Instead, they were moved into deeply compartmentalized programs, often referred to as legacy programs, operating outside the standard oversight. Programs so restricted that even senior government officials and elected leaders have been denied access. In many accounts, the technical work itself was shifted to private industry. Aerospace contractors, defense firms, and research laboratories operating under the highest levels of security. This arrangement matters. Private industry is not bound by the same transparency requirements as government agencies. It can retain discoveries indefinitely, bury failures, and continue work across generations without any public accountability. If reverse engineering efforts began nearly a century ago, then even slow, incremental progress would compound over time. Decades of trial and error, breakthroughs quietly classified, failures quietly absorbed, and successes quietly folded into black projects. Under that framework, the idea that some of the objects we now label as UFOs or UAPs could represent advanced human-made systems is no longer extraordinary. It becomes a plausible outcome of long-term, secret technological development. This does not suggest that every unidentified object in the sky belongs to us, but it does suggest that the public narrative, one that treats all advanced sightings as unexplained or external, may be incomplete. There's another critical dimension to this story: legality. If these legacy programs operated without proper congressional authorization, without lawful oversight, and without transparent funding, then exposure would not simply reveal advanced technology. It would expose decades of constitutional violations, misappropriated funds, and a parallel system of governance operating beyond democratic control. In that context, secrecy becomes less about national security and more about institutional survival. Because disclosure would not only force answers about what we recovered, it would force accountability for how those programs were hidden, who authorized them, and who benefited from them. And that may be the strongest motive for cover-up. Because the most dangerous revelation is not that we are not alone, but that we may already possess extraordinary technology developed in secret, beyond the law, and beyond public consent.
If China came out and said, we've cracked this, we have UFOs that we back engineered and now we can fly them around and we can go visit other solar systems.
And we've created a new energy source. We're going to save the planet.
Yeah. We would look like fools.
We'd
and
also
if we
be set
realized,
back.
Yeah, and if we realized that there would have been a bunch of people that were working on this stuff the whole time, but they had been handcuffed by all the secrecy, and that this had all been done with defense contractors and lying to Congress, It'd be a fucking national disaster. We would look completely incompetent.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human. Well, certainly the last administration didn't help, and my hearing, of course, was during the last administration, and they were not exactly super transparent on this issue, unfortunately. But now that the task force has been created, I've been able to, guide the members within the boundaries of what they're actually cleared for. So I don't like to characterize necessarily where they came from. They're definitely some kind of non-human sentience, but it is true, believe it or not, we've recovered the vehicles. And we actually have physical proof, and I was actually partially cleared into some of those activities. It was beyond oral testimony provided to me. I actually had partial access to the data and actually read the intelligence reports resulting from those programs.
Like with your own eyes,
Correct.
You saw it.
Yes, certainly members of this current administration are very, very well aware of this reality. Certainly the current president is very knowledgeable on this subject, and I trust his leadership on it, and I think he's assembled an A-team cabinet, and I really believe if Trump wants to be the greatest president and the most consequential leader likely in world history, he certainly has the knowledge, the capabilities, and understanding of some of these sensitive government transparency issues.
I've never been convinced, even despite that. I just, for some reason, it's not my thing.
He certainly is very well informed on this issue. Leave it at that. I don't want to get ahead of what the president might want to reveal personally. I was physically threatened even before I sent in my Intelligence Community Inspector General report under the previous administration. I actually had to go and seek legal protection that way because I was, literally in fear both professionally and in my personal life. It is a very uncomfortable, even for me now, as somebody who's seen it, experienced it, even talking about it, because it's so outside a normal person's worldview to understand that there is this biological sentience that have piloted these crafts that don't necessarily look 100% like you and I.
Were there pictures? Were there?
There were, yes, there were. I've talked to a lot of, I'll call graybeards on the program. That is a subject of hot debate on origin. As a guy trained in physics formally as well in my background, I leave an open mind on what the origin is. Certainly, there is the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and they could be coming from elsewhere off Earth, but I don't usually go there because I did not see that data, and I'm not conversant in the high confidence theories that the U.S. government had. They have their own programs, and like I said 2.5 years ago, we have been in arms race with our peer competitors, namely Russia and China, and they have their own programs in this regard. And I was actually able to view a body of intelligence that discussed adversarial programs, and I'll leave it at that.
Peaceful, not peaceful?
We've seen a mixed bag of activity, and motive and intent, why they're visiting. That's, once again, that gets into our assessments, not necessarily, we can't quite understand the intent of some of the sentience and why they're visiting. Could it be because we have interesting genetic material on Earth? We're a Jurassic Park tourist attraction for them? Could be a myriad of reasons. I say that there's hope. Certainly, Congress values whistleblower information right now, and certainly I believe there's an appetite with the administration to do the right thing on this as well. And there's some other things that are happening behind the scenes that I'll let the administration discuss when.
Richard's probably the best person to probably kind of bounce some of these ideas off of, since he's an expert, having studied this field for many decades. So I guess the postulate I've got is that this recent cycle of disclosure that we might say started in 2017 with the Navy videos and Lou Elizondo coming out and as a whistleblower making various assertions, that cycle of disclosure is effectively ended with the failure to pass the UAP Disclosure Act, and with sort of the fourth or third in a series of hearings on the topic that I think increasingly have moved the needle less and less.
My name is Beatrice Villarroel, and I'm a very curious person. In the last 5 years, I've been wondering, can our stuff vanish? Is there alien life out there, and how can we search for it? Look at the size of these majestic telescopes. They have surveyed thousands of stars and galaxies. No, they have surveyed as many as 300,000 objects. But nothing has been found. What if we instead were to look for artifacts and objects that an advanced civilization has sent to our solar system? Now, if we can send a probe to another system, also can an advanced civilization send a probe to our solar system? We can use photographic plate images from 70 years ago. These images were taken when the sky was entirely devoid of any human objects and garbage. We can search for fast flashes of light following a straight line. Such short flashes are similar to those produced by an artificial objects when it's reflecting sunlight. This makes searches for ET probes so easy because we know humans had nothing up there and we already have all the data. We saw 9 flashes of light that appeared and vanished in a small patch of the sky within half an hour. We did not know what it could be. There were 2 possible explanations. One is that we see false stars on the plates created by nuclear fallout from unreported secret nuclear bomb tests in the early 1950s in the United States, but I'm no conspiracy theorist. The second option is that we see fast flashes from lasers or something reflecting the sunlight outside the Earth. It could be ET space probes, or it could be spaceships, or it could even be just small artificial objects that have been orbiting for millions of years.
Dr. Kozlowski comes to AARO from the Research Directorate of the National Security Agency, where he worked in areas of optics research and crypto mathematics.
It is a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Department of Defense as the new director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office.
How will you know when you're looking at something that could be extraterrestrial life or non-human intelligence?
I think it's going to require a lot more than the blurry videos that I have right now.
Kozlowski has accelerated the release of intensive investigations, a team of several dozen experts poring over video clips, radar data, eyewitness accounts, and deploying mathematical analyses to determine the most likely explanation for each UAP, seeming to fly through the hot exploding ash of Mount Etna as it erupted in 2018. No known technology is capable of flying in those conditions.
And what is it, do we think?
It looks like it's probably a 1-foot wide balloon.
Watch as it appears to split into 2, then dip into the water before disappearing out of sight.
With very careful analysis of the metadata, taking into account where the camera was pointing, we were able to assess that this is actually an object that is flying just a few hundred feet above the ground and is maintaining a flight path consistent with the wind over the airport the whole time.
So it doesn't actually dip into the water, it's a mirage.
Exactly, yep. It's just an artifact of the sensor.
You ready?
Ready.
Okay. Our next Brazilian witness, are we all here? Yes, good, mostly. All right. Our next Brazilian witness brings an essential perspective to one of the most difficult and still unresolved aspects of the Varginha case. The sudden and tragic, oh, no, wrong person.
Yep, no problem.
I told you, 3 a.m. There's not enough coffee.
We love you, Karen.
Thank you. All right, final Brazilian witness, Dr. Italo. No, wait. It's a physician specializing in neurology and neurosurgery with nearly 5 decades of experience in both clinical care and specialized neurological procedures. He is currently the leading neurosurgeon at Regional Hospital. He maintains a private practice and is also involved in healthcare management through his medical services company. For the first time in a public setting, we are honored to hear directly from Dr. Italo, who will describe his face-to-face interaction with a captured living being of advanced non-human intelligence, an apparent survivor of the Varginha crash. His experience represents one of the most significant developments in the history of UAP investigations. Dr. Italo.
Eu guardei um grande segredo por 29 anos, dividindo este assunto com alguns colegas médicos, apesar de outros terem conhecimento do caso.
I held on to a very big secret for 29 years, sharing it only with a few medical colleagues, even though many others knew what I knew.
Em 2023, revelei ao time do James Fox que tinha visto um vídeo onde havia uma criatura que não era humana.
In 2023, I revealed to James Fox and his team that I had seen a video of a non-human creature in the hospital on January 20th, 1996.
Depois de ter sofrido um ataque cardíaco quase fatal, em 2024, criei coragem para dividir mais detalhes da minha experiência, apesar das preocupações com o possível impacto na minha carreira.
After suffering a near-fatal heart attack in 2024, I felt compelled to share more details of my experience, despite previous concern about consequences for my career.
Naquela tarde de 1996, eu estava trabalhando no Hospital Regional de Varginha, quando um colega meu, chamado Marcos Vinícius, com uma câmera muito grande, me chamou numa sala de urgência para ver um paciente.
That afternoon in 1996, I was working at Varginha Regional Hospital when my colleague and fellow neurosurgeon, Marcos Vinícius Neve, urgently called me into an improvised intensive care room. He was carrying a large video camera.
Ao entrar na sala, me mostrou uma câmera em preto e branco que parecia uma criança deitada numa cama com uma hidrocefalia extrema.
Upon entering, he showed me a black and white video on the camera screen that appeared to be a child lying in bed with an extreme case of hydrocephalus.
Perguntei, o que é isto? Ele apontou para uma cama onde estava deitado um ser. Eu me aproximei e, ao vê-lo, imediatamente percebi que não era humano.
I asked, "What is this?" He pointed past the makeshift partition where a being was lying. I got closer. The moment I looked at the being, I immediately knew it was not human.
Olhei para ele primeiramente com a perspectiva médica. Estava respirando bem, sem dificuldade. Parecia não estar com dor, consciente, não estava sangrando. Parecia bem, com um semblante muito calmo e tranquilo.
I first examined it with a medical perspective, breathing well, no apparent pain, conscious, no bleeding. It seemed fine, with a calm and serene expression.
Parecia uma criança de uns 7 anos. Um lençol coberto, até aqui, no corpo, né, até a cintura. Os olhos eram lilás, bem como o crânio.
It looked like a 7-year-old child with a sheet covering up to its waist. Its eyes were lilac and teardrop-shaped. The cranium was also teardrop-shaped.
A pele era branca, os braços bem finos, 3 dedos com o polegar opositor, não havia mamilo e uma boca pequena.
The skin was white, the arms were very thin, and the hand had 3 fingers and an opposing thumb. It had no nipples and a tiny mouth.
Ele olhou para mim, olhou para o céu de uma janela, olhou para mim novamente.
He looked at me, then looked at the blue sky through the window as if longing to be there, then looked back at me.
E a impressão que eu tive nessa segunda troca de olhar foi que ele tinha completa consciência do que estava acontecendo ao seu redor e da nossa intenção de ajudá-lo.
After that, I sensed it was fully aware of what was happening around it and our intention to help.
Senti que ele estava agradecido pelos cuidados, que queria ir embora.
I felt it was grateful for the care and wanted to leave.
A sua serenidade e a presença imponente me levaram a acreditar que eu estava na presença de nível de inteligência muito elevado.
Its serenity and powerful presence led me to believe it had a very high level of intelligence and perception, higher than human beings.
Yes. Parecia um anjo, com a compreensão e compaixão em seu olhar, ciente de que estávamos fazendo o melhor que podíamos por ele, apesar das nossas limitações.
It seemed like an angel with understanding and compassion in its gaze, aware that, despite our limitations, we were doing the best we could for it.
Estou aqui perante vossa presença, com nada a ganhar, tudo a perder, não estou vendendo nada e não estou pedindo dinheiro.
I stand before you with nothing to gain and everything to lose. I am not selling anything or asking for money.
Ainda trabalho como neurocirurgião. Estou aqui porque, principalmente para as novas gerações, eles merecem saber que há muito mais além do que a nossa existência humana. E eu sou uma testemunha. Thanks.
I still work as a neurosurgeon, and I am here because everyone, especially the younger generations, deserve to know there is much more beyond human existence, and I am eyewitness to the proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The simple humanity of these people shines through. They're telling the truth. It's very powerful. What courage this doctor and the other witnesses are showing. I just hope they get the response they deserve.
We, Marco Leal, myself, and our team, Alini, we have somebody, I won't give too many details, but it's a mole in one of the hospitals several years ago. We meet, no phones, extremely paranoid, and this is the person you need to go talk to. I would, if I were you, I'd go, it's like, this person saw the video. How do you know? Because I'm friends with the doctor who So we went after Italo. He did not come after us. And we were trying to find the video because obviously that's the holy grail. If anybody out there thinks that I'm not giving it everything I've got, if I sat there and told you all the efforts to get a hold of the photographic evidence, we'd be here till tomorrow. We found Italo, and I jokingly describe him as trying to grab a bar of soap in the bathtub. It was like he would kind of respond. He seemed like he was conflicted, and then he would not get back to us. And then finally he agreed to meet with Marco Leal and do a Zoom call. I think it was like 2023. And I was just fixated on the video. So I was asking him over the video with interpreter Marco Leal, did you see the video? Did you see the video? And now I've adopted the nickname, oh my God, because when I found out when he confessed to having seen the video, I was like, oh my God, where is it? Who shot it? So we were like, all right, we're going back to Brazil. We're going to meet with the two forensic pathologists because that was a huge development. And now we had a potential lead to get our hands in the video. But we kept trying to get a hold of him over the next year. And then he had a heart attack after he admitted the video, but he wasn't willing to go anything further at that point. The video was as far as he was willing to go. He had a heart attack. He said he was staring at the ICU, the ceiling, and thinking, I can't take this to the grave. If I get through this, I'm going to meet with James's team and I'm going to reveal all. So in 2025, in January, we went back to Brazil. We were meeting with Dr. Armando and Dr. Giannini, and we were talking about the autopsy and the tissue samples. And by the way, Dr. Armando, could you get a hold of, of course, he's one of the most well-connected people within the medical community. Could you get a hold of Dr. Italo? Oh, yeah. Whips out his phone. Dr. Italo. They speak, and he says, meet him around the backside of the hospital tomorrow morning. The backside? So our team, we're not going to ask any questions. We're on the backside. He sneaks us in the back of the hospital, down through the various series of corridors, and then right into the ICU. And that's when he decided to drop the bomb. And he did. And it got us all off guard. So I just want to say, Dr. Italo, it takes tremendous courage for someone who's got so much to lose and nothing to gain. He's not making a dime. He's not selling a book. He's not trying to sell a documentary. He's still working on people's brains. So I know that courage is infectious, and it's strength in numbers. Today marks the 30th anniversary of this incident. We're going back to Brazil in a couple of days, meeting with the mayor. We're going to be giving presentations. So if anyone out there is listening to this, it's involved certainly on the American side, particularly on the Brazilian side. If you're ever thinking about coming forward, now's the time. We have a couple of closing statements that are very significant. I was contacted anonymously by a gentleman who happens to be sitting right over here, right after I did a big Joe Rogan appearance on this case when the first version of Moment of Contact was released. This guy was really smart. I get contacted by people all the time. But he was like, yeah, this is where you look, and the flight logs and this, because there was people coming forward on the Brazilian side saying, yeah, I saw the USAT flight come in. So finally, after like 3 months, anonymous correspondence, I said, excuse me, who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm actually a retired United States Air Force colonel, and I'm also a fighter pilot, and I had a pretty dramatic UFO encounter back in 1980, which coincidentally was covered up. And okay, that explains it. So he eventually came forward to share publicly his UFO encounter, but today he's here to talk about something I feel is extremely significant, and that is this potential flight that came in from the United States of America in January of 1996. So without further ado, Colonel Clausen, thank you so much for being here today. Here we go.
My name is Fred Clausen. I'm a retired U.S. Air Force bird colonel and fighter pilot. I have more than 4,000 hours of flying time in the F-15, the F-4, and I flew combat missions in the F-105 during the Vietnam conflict. I was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross twice and held a top secret SCI clearance. While flying the F-15, I intercepted a UFO. I took gun camera film, which was immediately confiscated. But that's another story for another time. Today, I am speaking on another matter, a matter that requires world attention. According to several Brazilian authorities, including air traffic controller Marcos Freires, on or about the 20th of January, 1996, a U.S. Air Force cargo plane, most likely a C-17, took off from a base in the U.S. and it flew secretly into Brazilian airspace without flight clearance from Brazilian government, and it landed at Viracopos Airport in Campinas. While at Campinas, witnesses talked of it loading an unusual cargo, then departing to an unknown location in the United States. If true, I am certain that 30 to 40 Americans had direct knowledge of this flight and its purpose. I will now walk you through a potential paper trail this mission could have left behind. In order to secure a cargo plane, a specific protocol must be adhered to. The tasking would be sent to Air Mobility Command at Scott Air Force Base, Illinois, who has command authority over all U.S. Air Force cargo aircraft and refueling tankers. A paper trail has begun. Air Mobility Command transmits a mission order to the Air Mobility Wing at Charleston Air Force Base, South Carolina. Another paper trail. At Charleston, a crew is selected for the mission and a C-17 cargo aircraft is made ready. The distance from Charleston to Campinas, Brazil is roughly 4,500 miles. The unrefueled range of a C-17 is about 2,500 miles. Therefore, air refueling by KC-135 would be required. More people in the know and another paper trail. An international flight plan to Brazil is required even if the mission is classified. Paper trail. On board the C-17 is a minimum crew of a pilot, co-pilot, and loadmaster. But due to the nature of the mission, probably more. Maybe CIA and a general officer. The C-17 lands at Campinas and must be refueled. Who pays for the fuel? And where's the receipt? Before departing Campinas, another international flight plan must be filed. Again, more paper trail. The C-17 flies back to the United States with tanker support and lands at an undisclosed location. As you can see from this possible scenario, I estimate that at least 30 to 40 Americans have direct knowledge of this mission. So here's my plea today. If you were a participant and have knowledge of the mission, come forward. You are probably retired now, in your 70s, maybe a little older like me, and have languished for 30 years with this knowledge. Come forward. We know this mission happened, and you know it too. Come forward. The time is now. Thank you.
Wow. What a stand-up guy Fred Clausen is. That's extraordinary. And he's absolutely right. There will be witnesses.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. It was because of Colonel Clausen that we actually, our team filed a FOIA request. And that FOIA request is in the latest cut of the film, New Revelations, Moment of Contact, New Revelations. And interestingly enough, we filed it in 2022. We got a response back 3 years later. And it was from the CIA. It was like essentially, you know, because of the 1949 National Security Act, blah, 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 your request is denied. We can neither confirm nor, you know, just blah, 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 blah. So this is why I'm hoping certain members of Congress might consider using their strength to see what you can dig up. That was for you and the rest of you guys. That's why we did this. So we need help, okay? We have one final statement from Kirk. Thank you, Kirk, by the way, about whistleblower protection and specific legislation that he's worked on. So without further ado, Kirk, we welcome you to the podium for the final statement. And then afterwards, Congressman Burleson's going to give a little statement. Thank you.
James asked me to put something together today in response, in a way, to a segment of his recent film. During, as you'll see if you watch his recent film, you'll see that aerospace engineer Dr. Eric Davis, one of the nation's most respected experts on UAP programs, including classified programs, stated on camera that because of his non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, because of the obligations of his NDAs, he believes that he cannot share further information with Congress about legacy UAP programs without explicit authorization from the executive branch. Eric is not alone in this belief. Many actual and potential UAP whistleblowers have the same understanding of what the law and regulations require of them or prohibit them from doing. So this question of what executive branch employees and contractors are legally permitted to disclose to Congress is actually complex. And it's not so easy to summarize the entire issue of the problems that whistleblowers face in this short segment. But I'm going to try to at least give you an idea of what's at stake and what's involved. Equally complex and far more consequential for individuals is what can happen to those who do choose to report wrongdoing in classified programs that have been deliberately withheld from Congress. I want to outline several key points because Congress and the American people need to hear directly from more people with firsthand knowledge of legacy UAP programs. And right now, we're consistently informed. There are many who do want to come forward, who believe Congress and the public have a right to know, but who are deterred by doing so, deterred from doing so by fear. Fear rooted in partially, at least, in misunderstanding of the law, and partly also in the very real examples and experiences of retaliation to people who have come forward. Potential whistleblowers worry about prosecution for violating NDAs, as I've mentioned. They worry about the loss, they're fearful of the loss of their security clearances, the loss of their employment, and other forms of retaliation that are very difficult and costly to challenge, even where formal avenues of appeal exist. It is true that protections for whistleblowers, particularly those handling classified national security information, are often weak in practice, despite the fact that there are laws and regulations ostensibly, well, they were passed and enacted to protect whistleblowers. Sources who possess information about U.S. government UAP activities or who have witnessed UAP events have consistently reported threats to their livelihood and even their personal safety. Harassment in some cases has been severe. It is publicly known, for example, that figures like David Grush and Lou Elizondo, who have not disclosed even firsthand information about legacy programs, have faced clear retaliation. However, and this point cannot be emphasized strongly enough, whistleblowers very likely do not need to fear prosecution for providing classified information about legacy programs to Congress, provided that they do so through secure channels. That is to say, you don't just tell them in a foyer of a Capitol Hill building. You need to arrange to be in a sensitive compartmented information facility in a SCIF. Okay, so what I mean to say is that laws and regulations are very clear on this point. NDAs prohibit sharing classified information with unauthorized individuals. But Congress is, by statute and regulations, an authorized recipient of classified information. NDAs cannot legally be used to withhold classified programs or associated wrongdoing from congressional oversight. This is explicit in law and regulation. Furthermore, the executive branch is required by law to report all special access and compartmented programs to Congress, regardless of their sensitivity. Failure to comply with these laws is unlawful and unconstitutional, certainly in the view of Congress. NDAs cannot be used as a shield to evade these obligations. Now, presidents have claimed, in quotes, plenary Article II authority over sensitive national security information. Plenary, if you look it up in the dictionary, means total, unfettered, unlimited, and so on. But this is an inferred power, not an explicit constitutional grant. That is, you don't see language in the Constitution that states this. Congress holds equally strong Article I authorities, entitling it to the information it needs to legislate. I'm confident personally that the government would lose any serious legal challenge asserting that Congress is not authorized to receive sensitive classified information covered by executive branch non-disclosure agreements. In reality, for the reasons cited, although officials may threaten prosecution, as far as I can tell, and those of other colleagues that I've worked with on this, no one has ever been prosecuted for providing classified information to Congress. Such a prosecution would require showing harm to national security, a claim nearly impossible to sustain when the disclosure is made to Congress itself. For these reasons, I believe the government would not pursue legal actions against whistleblowers who provide protected UAP disclosures to Congress in a secure setting. Judges, Congress, and the American people would not tolerate prosecuting individuals for revealing truths that demonstrate Congress has been misled, has been lied to, about issues of profound importance. But the fear of such actions, this Alice in Wonderland dynamic, remains a powerful deterrent, and it must be addressed. So what can be done? There is, in fact, a straightforward solution. With the stroke of a pen and a public statement, even a social media post, the president could explicitly affirm that federal law allows protected disclosures to Congress, because Congress is an authorized recipient of classified information covered by NDAs. It could be that simple. If the president or his cabinet members will not make this clear, then Congress should. In addition, congressional committees already possess the authority to grant immunity in exchange for testimony. That is to say, NDAs aside, if you appear in front of a congressional committee that has offered you immunity for your testimony, you cannot be prosecuted for doing so. However, even if the threat of prosecution is largely a bluff, other forms of retaliation are real and damaging. These include the fabrication or exaggeration of allegations of security violations for individuals, leading to indefinite clearance investigations or revocations, manufactured claims of misconduct or poor performance to justify termination of employment, black marks placed in security files preventing future employment, reassignment, isolation, marginalization, or hostile work environments, administrative leave, placing individuals on administrative leave with or without pay. For contractors, sudden, quote, changes to government requirements that simply eliminate their position and their job. And if an individual must take another job during an appeals process simply to survive financially, because it takes months and months and months to grind through these appeals processes, simply to survive financially, they may be forced to take another job. Well, if you take another job, you lose standing to pursue your case, typically. Whistleblowers can face financial ruin, as you can see, especially as legal expenses accumulate. Congress must address this fundamental problem and incentivize potential whistleblowers to come forward by establishing a rapid, assured mechanism to compensate them for lost wages and expenses. Some may ask, understandably, why UAP whistleblowers deserve special consideration over other whistleblowers. The answer to me is straightforward. The stakes are extremely high when it comes to this topic. Few would dispute that the discovery of non-human intelligence visiting Earth would be an event of profound significance. The executive branch appears determined to keep this information secret at the highest levels, making this a major policy decision, one that could place officials assigned to protect whistleblowers, such as inspectors general, in direct conflict with senior policymakers. These factors distinguish UAP-related disclosures from typical cases of fraud, waste, and abuse. Congress may need to take a more active role, even than I've suggested so far, in protecting these individuals, potentially by creating and administering a dedicated restitution fund and modifying current law to allow whistleblowers to go directly to Congress without first filing a complaint with an inspector general. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. It's a complex issue. People just go, well, why don't they just come forward? It's so easy. It's actually not. So just trying to create an environment to enable people that do want to come forward, firsthand metal benders, people that are working in the labs. And I think it's important for not just the public to understand, but making the plea to members of Congress. The stakes are so high because I'm convinced, obviously I can't prove it right now, that they're hiding definitive proof that we're not alone. And I understand the need for potential national security related issues on the technology. If it falls into the wrong hands, and they weaponize it, okay, I understand that. Maybe there's the acknowledgement that we have it, but the biologics, to me, that doesn't pose a national security threat. So why can't we release information on the biologics? Now, we have a closing statement, then we're going to open up the floor to Q&A. We have the space all day. And then eventually we'll open it right up. So if you guys want to directly interact with the witnesses, they'll be here for that. But without further ado, I'd love to invite Representative Bertelsen on stage to say a few. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. James Fox. It's an honor to be with you today. Look, shortly after the film by Oliver Stone was released about the assassination of JFK, Congress took action and passed the JFK Disclosure Act unanimously. They wouldn't have done that had it not been for an outcry from the public that was demanding answers. And it's my hope that your film and others like it will create that kind of momentum and that outcry. Because the truth is, if there's any government that's holding information about the knowledge of whether or not we are alone or not alone in the universe, that is not for any government, no matter how powerful it is, to withhold from the rest of humanity. We are here to serve the people. This government belongs to you. You don't belong to the government. And never forget that. And so I'm here to serve you, to try to get the truth to the people. We're working diligently to do that in the committee that I'm on. And I have a responsibility in that regard. I want to say thank you to these courageous individuals, my new friends from Brazil.
Muito obrigada aos meus novos amigos brasileiros.
Thank you for your courage and your willingness to, risk your reputations and your careers for something that will benefit not just the people of Brazil, but the rest of the world. Thank you.
Obrigado pela sua coragem de arriscar a sua reputação por algo que vai beneficiar não só os brasileiros, mas o mundo inteiro.
I want to say thank you to Kirk McConnell. He and others have been doing an amazing job at pushing this forward in a thoughtful way, helping people like me. I was a financial advisor and a software consultant, had no idea when I ran for Congress that I would be doing this. But folks like him have been extremely helpful, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you. And Colonel, I can't wait to get to know you more. Thank you so much for coming forward today. You're an inspiration for the rest of those who have served. You know, courage is contagious, and you're an inspiration, and hopefully you'll compel more people to come forward. Appreciate that. We've been given marching orders. We have legislation that we need to pass. We've heard from a lot of witnesses. It's time for action, and it's time to get the receipts. So it's time to pass the UAP Disclosure Act. And it's time to pass whistleblower protection within that or a separate act. But I go back to my original statement. The reason why so much information is currently today being released consistently, that the agencies of this federal government never wanted to see the light of day, is because Congress took action, because the people demanded it. And I'm asking you, everyone here, and all the reporters here, and Leslie Keene, thank you for the brave work that you did with the report in 2017. You destigmatized. That one story destigmatized this entire topic and made it so that people could come forward. We need more people like Leslie Keene. We need reporters that are brave, that are willing to publish stories, and we need the social media warriors out there to continue to spread that information. Act and push on members of Congress, because otherwise they won't do anything about it. Thank you again, and I'm proud to serve.
Very interesting message from Eric Burleson that the public need to let Congress know they care about this issue. That's fundamental. The wheel that squeaks gets the grease in politics. If you don't stand up and tell your politicians that you're concerned about this, nothing's going to happen.
Woof. All right. As I come back into my body. So this is the Q&A period. Congratulations, we've all survived it. A few notes. First of all, treat this like it's your house now, mostly. No feet up on the sofa, but take care of your biological needs as you need to. You can feel free to come and go. Like you said, we'll keep reiterating. We have time, so don't feel anxious about the questions. We'll get to them. You're going to treat me like ATC, so you're looking for my attention. And if you feel like I've missed you a couple times, you can start waving and shouting my name softly, nicely. Ground rule that I would like to kind of just set before everybody. We know we have a lot of different individuals in this community who represent all manner of experiences on the spectrum, whether it's sighting or other kinds of direct contact experiences. We just ask that when you're asking your questions today, that you keep it focused on the Varginha case and on the witnesses and presenters that are here today. We know that there's a lot of exciting topics to unpack, and we can certainly do that later when we're not in the Q&A period. But right now, let's make the most of the time that we have for the guests who are here. Agreed? Yes, agreed. Okay. All right. So now just the mechanics of how this is going to work. We have mics here so that you can direct your questions, say who the question's for, and then we'll allow that person to answer. We obviously have an interpreter, Anini, here to help. And two more interpreters who can help
Standby, yeah.
if we need that. We'll have, I think, 2 mics to pass around. We have 1 and 1, 2. Got it. So we have 2 mics. And I'm going to hang out here with you guys until we get through to the end. After that, Again, you can come up and say hi to us and we can hang out here till 5 o'clock. There's a clock up there or on your phones or whatever. Okay? We feel ready? We're game? Yeah. All right. Are you caught your, is that a question? Are you're like, oh yes. All right. So we first question right here, just because he caught my eye. And say your name. Oh, and one more thing. We're looking for questions, not stories, right? So if you guys start to have a long preamble, I'm going to gently but firmly interrupt you and invite you to wrap it up and get to your point. With love.
Thank you. Hex Nottingham from Norfolk, Virginia. I have a question for James and one for Burleson, if I may. James, are you any closer to getting the video of the Varginha case and the orange UFO that looked alive that you spoke about before?
Well, for the first time, we have names of those that were in possession of it. So if that's closer, then yes, we are. But there are forces, powers that be out there that we're just trying to see who can get there faster. So, yeah. And I never give up. Case in point, I heard about the Calvine UFO photograph that was taken in 1990 from the former Ministry of Defense, Nick Pope. And I thank God to David Clark, but I never let that go. And eventually, I think it was the better part of 30 years, perhaps more. 33 years, I think it was. And then we eventually covered that in the program. But that to give you an idea, like I don't just give up. I'll keep going until I either die or I find it. So that's it.
All right. So I'm going to go back and forth here. So I saw Whitley, but then I'll come here and then we'll just ping pong back and forth. I see you guys in the back. So I'll come to you next.
Okay, my name is Whitley Strieber, and I have a question. Thank you. Thanks very much. I have a question from the Soul Foundation discussion thread for Colonel Clausen. It is that one would think if there is a secret crash retrieval program, that those people in airplanes operate outside of normal procedures. Therefore, there's unlikely to be a paper trail there. What about the possibility of finding a paper trail in the countries where they may have landed, such as Brazil, to refuel?
Thank you, Mr. Strieber. You have the American Embassy in Brazil, and connected with American Embassy is a position called the Defense Attaché. His job is a liaison with the Brazilian military. And he is supposed to know everything that is happening in the country of Brazil related to Brazilian military. He probably knew the day that the UFO crashed. He probably knew of the blockade, and was probably aware of the United States' intense desire to come in, collect the wreckage and the ET bodies. There has to be a paper trail at the embassy. There has to be a connection from the embassy who works for the State Department to relate this information to state and the Pentagon. And that would have been done by some kind of written transmission. So I believe paper trail starts there, not only with the air crew flying the C-17, which even if it's a secret mission, they have to file an international flight plan. That's on file somewhere. The Air Force has archives at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama. Washington, D.C., they have archives where the FAA would keep all their archived records. So one day, if I stay young, I'm going to go on that search. Thank you.
Yep. Microphone.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Enrico Melson. I'm interested in specifically the question is regarding the microbacteria. I'm a former epidemiologist with the CDC Epidemic Intelligence Service was my training. So I am curious if there is any more information that could be offered here regarding this possible identification of a microbacterium of extraterrestrial origin. That would be two issues, not only a gross full-size specimen, but also extraterrestrial microorganisms. This would raise the question potentially of environmental contamination, exposure, possibly epidemic. Was there any further detail available to you as the pathologist that you could share with us as to how that possibility was handled? Thank you.
Pena que o Dr. João Batista Macuco Giannini não esteja aqui presente conosco.
It's unfortunate that Dr. Giannini is not here present with us today.
Eu fui o médico legista do caso e não o médico patologista.
He was the forensic doctor that was responsible for the case, not the pathologist.
Chegou um corpo para mim para ser examinado, autopsiado, com suspeita de erro profissional.
The body arrived to him for autopsy with suspicion of professional error.
Dias depois, uns 15, 20 dias depois, chegou um laudo do Dr. Giannini dizendo da bactéria que foi encontrada, que o laudo está aqui comigo.
15 or 20 days later, the report came from the analysis to him talking about the bacteria. We have copies here.
E que está à disposição de todos os senhores e
That's
senhoras.
available for anyone. If you scan the QR codes, you get not only the videos that we showed, but also some of these documents, the Portuguese version and the English version.
A bactéria, no caso, ela existe no planeta Terra, mas é extremamente pouco comum.
This bacteria actually exists on planet Earth, but it's not very common.
A infecção nos seres humanos.
It's not very common for human beings to be infected by this bacteria.
E ele entende, o Dr. Giannini entende, que seria necessário, talvez, se ainda possível, fazer uma exumação dos restos mortais do soldado.
And Dr. Giannini would love to actually exhume the body of the soldier to try to find traces of this bacteria in the bones.
Para se conseguir autorização dos familiares e da justiça, né, local.
If we manage to get approval from the family and the local authorities to do so.
Para fazer um estudo mais aprofundado do DNA dessa bactéria, para entender melhor essa virulência, a patogenicidade dessa bactéria, que é pouco comum no nosso ambiente.
So we can try to better understand the behavior and nature of this bacteria that's not very common in our environment.
O perito não cria e nem crê.
The specialist doesn't create nor believe.
Mas o Dr. Giannini aventa a possibilidade
But Dr. Giannini talks about the possibility
de, pelas circunstâncias que têm chegado para a gente, anos depois,
due to the circumstances that we were made aware of years later.
Como foi dito aqui pessoalmente na gravação pela irmã do soldado Marco Eli Xerezi,
Like the sister of the soldier that we saw in the video earlier,
que ele teria capturado esse extraterrestre,
that he would have captured this extraterrestrial with his bare hands.
que talvez ele tenha inoculado essa bactéria, uma bactéria nesse soldado e provocado essa infecção que evoluiu de uma maneira muito rápida, um soldado forte, jovem, que teve uma infecção de difícil controle por médicos competentes da nossa cidade.
That perhaps then the officer was inoculated by this bacteria, and despite all care that he received, he did not resist because it was a very strong one.
Nós, médicos, e eu digo também que eu fui perito criminal, além de ser médico legista.
As doctors,
Sim, antes de ser médico legista, fui perito criminal da Polícia Civil do Estado de Minas Gerais.
He was a doctor with the police before he went into being a forensic pathologist, so he really knows what he's talking about.
E eu deixo um desafio para os senhores da imprensa e cientistas, né, americanos e cientistas brasileiros.
And he'll leave this challenge to the press and to the scientists.
Como eu disse pessoalmente no Congresso americano,
As he's said personally already.
seria interessante estudar os resíduos desta nave que foi citada pelo colega Carlos, pelo amigo Carlos, que eu conheci essa semana.
It'd be interesting to research and to find ways to look for the residue at the crash site of the materials.
Do local onde ela teria caído, se no solo, no pavimento ali, na fazenda, né, na terra, ainda há resíduos metálicos dessa nave.
If at the farm, which is the location of the crash site, if there would be any residue of this ship in this crash.
E isso precisa de estudos de alta tecnologia, uma parceria Estados Unidos e Brasil.
And that will require highly technological effort, probably a partnership between the US
Porque
and
quando o
Brazil.
professor Carlos fala desse metal que você abre e abre assim, é uma novidade para nós. Eu nunca tinha pensado nisso.
Because when Carlos talks about this material that crumpled in his hand and took back its original shape, he's never heard something like that before.
Agora, do ponto de vista médico, seria o estudo do DNA dessa bactéria.
And from the medical perspective, it would be the exhuming of the body to study any possible vestiges of this bacteria in the DNA.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Obrigado.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. All right. On this side, anybody over here? Yep.
Thank you all so much for being here, for your courage, and for speaking your truth. This question is for Dr. Italo. Dr. Italo, have you had any sort of contact with any non-human intelligence, whether it's an alien or an angel, since your contact experience in Varginha 30 years ago? And if so, what was that like? Can you give us some details? If not, thank you anyway.
Desde o seu encontro com você, você conhece, você teve algum encontro desde então? Ou para o senhor descrever mais sobre como é que foi a sua interação com ele?
Ok. Desde o momento que eu entrei naquela sala,
Since when I entered that intensive care room,
foi algo inesperado para mim. Eu estava esperando ver um paciente.
it was something unexpected to me because I was expecting to see a patient.
Mesmo quando a gente vê pacientes humanos, muitas vezes a gente fica interessado em saber o que aconteceu com os pacientes. Eu, pelo menos, moro perto do hospital. Eu volto, mesmo não estando em plantão, eu volto para ver como é que os pacientes estão.
Even when we have human patients, we're always curious to see how they're doing. So he lives nearby the hospital, and even when it's not his shift, he will come back around to the hospital to check on his patients.
Isso é importante para nós, para vermos o desenvolvimento, se nós acertamos, como que ficou. A gente torce para que os pacientes melhorem.
It's important for them to see the evolution of the patients and how they're getting better, because you're very interested in seeing them get through their sicknesses.
No caso deste, mentalmente eu volto lá todo dia.
And on this case, mentally, he goes back to the room every day.
Eu sonho, que essa noite eu sonhei, será que o potássio dele está baixo? Como é que está?
This past night, he actually dreamed about the potassium levels of this being in the room.
Claro, é um pensamento, eu não tenho contato telepático.
It's just a thought. I don't have telepathic communication.
É um pensamento, mas parece que toda vez que eu passo naquela sala, parece que eu quero examiná-lo ali.
It's a thought, but for him, every time he walks past that room, he wants to go in and examine this being.
Não acontece só com o caso dele. Tem crianças que a gente atende, né? Ficam na mente da gente. Parece que a gente escolhe algumas pessoas, alguns pacientes que a gente parece que vira parente. A gente quer saber sempre como que está, se melhorou. E no caso dele, eu trabalho ao lado do quarto onde eu vi ele. Então eu passo toda hora naquela janela e vejo se ele está na janela.
Not only with this case, but when he operates on children, for example, there are certain patients that he feels more affinity with. So with this one, because he works on the room right next to the room where the being was, that's a constant thing in his mind.
Yes.
But so to answer the question that he asked, it sounds like you haven't had further contacts with any other beings since that moment.
Então parece que você não teve mais contato com outros seres
Não,
depois desse momento.
não tive, não.
Okay.
Yeah, because he didn't. He chose to go more into describing what that being was.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Obrigado. White shirt.
Yeah, hi, I'm Max Valiansky. Also a question to the Dr. Italo.
All right.
I watched the movie, I watched your interview, which you gave on YouTube, and of course, thank you very much for everything you told us today. However, it's very interesting, besides of looking at the patient, non-human being, what kind of medical procedures or what else, actually, what kind of interaction did you have? Any x-rays, anything else? If you can talk more and a little deeper about your interaction in that room. I think from the movie, James, I think from the movie, I remember that some episode about this being present in X-ray room as well.
Yeah, that was from a different testimony from an X-ray gentleman who wanted to remain anonymous. We had actually identified him 5 years before we ultimately got him to come forward anonymously. He provided all the details needed to verify who he was, but he didn't want his name. But yes, he took X-rays of what one would think was a deceased being.
Right. So can we know a little bit more, a little bit deeper about this medical examination? What actually did you do besides of communicating with him telepathically and just looking at him and observing him?
Thank you.
What else can be done?
Thank you.
Was done, I'm sorry.
Quando eu entrei, eu vi vídeo.
When I entered the room, I saw the video.
Havia material de pequena cirurgia.
That was materials next to the being, showing that there was a small surgery that was performed.
Parece que o médico tinha dado alguns pontos.
It looked like the doctor stitched up the being.
Nada longo.
Nothing too long or too big.
Quando eu olhei o ser,
when he looked at the being,
ele estava virado para a janela, né?
He was more facing the window.
E nós somos treinados a olhar sob o ponto de vista médico.
And we're trained to look from a medical perspective.
Se estava consciente, se estava com dor.
If he was conscientious, if it had pain.
Se estava sangrando.
If it was bleeding.
Se estava agitado.
If it was agitated.
Inicialmente não, eu olhei, mas daí ele parou de olhar para mim, ele olhou para a janela.
And initially everything was okay, but then this being stopped looking at him and looked at the window.
E voltou a olhar para mim.
And then went back to looking at him.
Nesse segundo momento, eu já não estava ali só como médico.
And in that second moment, he wasn't there just as a doctor anymore.
Eu estava olhando ele sob o ponto de vista de outras habilidades psíquicas, cognitivas.
He was looking at him with other psychic and cognitive capabilities.
Se estava realmente entendendo, se estava atento,
if he
se
was
estava
really
concentrado.
understanding, if he was attentive, if he was focused.
Se estava realmente entendendo o que estava acontecendo, se tinha orientação temporoespacial que a gente fala.
If he was really understanding in the temporal spatial awareness of the place.
E não havia mais ali um contato médico, havia um contato assim muito entre eu e o ser, e percebia que ele tinha uma inteligência muito grande pela maneira como ele olhava.
And now it was a contact between two beings, and for him it was very interesting, and it showed a lot of intelligence from the way the being looked at everything.
Não é quando você conversa com uma pessoa comum, a pessoa conversa com você, olha para lá, distrai.
It's like when you're talking to someone, they look at you, they get distracted, they look around.
Ele olhava para mim.
The being was looking straight at him.
E eu procurei me concentrar para estar, como hoje em dia a gente fala em psicologia, minha esposa sempre fala sobre isso, viver aquele momento.
And he was looking to, as we say in psychology, to live in that moment.
Em psicologia no Brasil chama-se praticar presença.
To practice presence.
Então fiquei olhando para ele também, e quanto mais eu olhava, eu via mais uma sensação, como o senador falou, uma sensação de paz, né?
So the more he looked at the being, the more he felt a feeling of peace.
Dando recado de muita paz.
Transmitting peace.
Eu não quero parecer aqui um discurso político, nada disso, mas era um olhar de compreensão, porque o ocidental, ele olha para a gente e já julga.
Occidental people, they look with judgment.
Alto, baixo, gordo, magro.
Is it tall? Is it short? Is it fat? Is it slim?
Ali havia um olhar de compreensão, ele estava olhando tudo o que estava acontecendo.
There was a gaze of comprehension. This being looked at everything that was happening.
Como se estivesse anotando todos os dados, fazendo um retrato falado do que ele estava vendo. Assim.
As if it was taking in all the notes of everything that was around it.
Como um grande observador.
Like a great observer.
Como um grande observador de tudo que estava acontecendo ali, não só de mim também.
Of everything that was happening around it, not only just
mesmo olhando só para mim, ele estava vendo tudo que estava ao redor.
Despite looking at just him, this being was aware of everything that was around it.
Então, como o senhor perguntou, o começo foi a parte médica, ver aquele
as you
material.
asked, in the beginning, it was the medical assessment.
A material, ver ali, mas depois que ele se virou para a janela e voltou para mim,
And after he looked at the window and looked back at him,
parece que virou a página.
it felt like the page flipped.
Voltamos a uma outra situação.
Then it became another situation.
Beautiful answer.
I have to interrupt just for a quick second. A gentleman here that has to be acknowledged. Camilo, can somebody get this gentleman a microphone? He's at the back over by the exit. I want you to say just one word. Without his support, financial support, this event would not have happened.
Oh.
Thank you for being here, my man. Thank you. Please, just say a quick word.
No, thanks everyone. I'm a very big supporter of James and the cause and disclosure. And I mean, I really, it's all up for you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for believing in us.
Thank you, Camilo.
You have glasses.
He's
I see you.
in charge of the.
Microphone. It's coming.
Sorry.
Please stand by.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Earhart. Is Representative Burleson still here?
He left.
No. He's in the hallway out there talking to somebody.
Oh. Okay. But he's not here to answer your question.
Oh, he's not
been
here to
gone
answer
for a
questions.
while.
He's in the hallway.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll try to catch up with him personally, but to the gentleman who might be aware, the American gentleman may be able to answer this. We as Americans all know how divisive and distracted Congress is, especially with this very brief attention span. We're focused on something and then on to the next. What's the reality of a real roadmap to bipartisan disclosure? Where are we currently as far as the temperature, the appetite, and where do we need to be to have it become a reality?
Don't forget your mic.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to try to speak for Congress. My former colleagues and bosses wouldn't appreciate me opining about such matters. Staff are supposed to be neither seen nor heard. We're anonymous people. So I'll just make a few comments of a completely personal nature, and not necessarily claiming any special insight, especially 2 years after I retired. I do think that this issue is bipartisan in nature. It has been that way since I started getting involved in the matter 8 years ago. At the same time, there are nuances. I think that on the Democratic side, there's a tendency to look at this as another in a long series of conspiracy theories that there's this sort of defies belief, and that that they might feel like they're the party that needs to stick to proven science and therefore to be skeptical about this story. The Democrats are more inclined towards believing in the reality of climate change and the efficacy of vaccines, let's say. And they claim the mantle of science regarding those issues. I think that they therefore are a little more reluctant to embrace this reality. I think that they also are looking to the academic community to pass judgment on this. And to date, the stigma around this issue has certainly dominated what you hear from and see from academia. So that's a little bit of a difference in opinion. The other thing I would say is that we're not yet at what I would call the tipping point for most members of Congress in terms of hard evidence for the reality of this. I personally think that if people had the time and took the trouble to read everything that really is out there, after 8 years, I read a lot, but I'm still scratching the surface, that I think there's plenty of evidence to support the belief in the reality of this. But we haven't reached that point with members yet, and hence there's a feeling on Capitol Hill that more witnesses, call them whistleblowers, with direct firsthand knowledge, that more of them are needed to give Congress the conviction that there's a reality here that needs to be investigated in the most serious way, such as the Watergate hearings, Iran-Contra, the Church Pike committees about the excesses of the intelligence agencies and the FBI back in the 70s. That kind of serious investigation, Congress has obviously not yet reached that tipping point.
Burleson is here.
Yeah. Well, I would defer to the real expert who has an election certificate to answer your question.
They just gave him the mic.
All right, great.
So I was just called out of the, so is the question, was it about bipartisan efforts, how that would work?
What's the best case scenario?
Well, correct. The focus, because obviously we as Americans all know that the focus is so detached based on the issue of the day. What is the current temperature of Congress towards the reality of pushing it to the level that you spoke about, making it a serious issue that a large majority of Americans back, as opposed to just a fringe issue? What's going to give it steam for bipartisan support?
Yeah. So I think that this topic is bipartisan. It's strangely, like you have myself, I'm one of the most conservative members of Congress. And then I'm working with Moskowitz, who is certainly not a conservative. And on this topic, you have a lot of Democrats that I'm working with to try to get this disclosure done. One Democrat, and he hasn't come out publicly that he's an advocate for this topic yet, so I'm not going to out him, if you will. But he has been extremely helpful in getting other committee chairmen to sign off on four corners agreements to try to get the UAP Disclosure Act language added to the National Defense Authorization Act. And so, I have to have somebody that's a Democrat that's an advocate to try to get the ranking members on the Democratic side to approve, or to at least not reject that language being added. And so that's kind of where it stands. Honestly, I don't see that we have a problem, Republican versus Democrat. It's more of a gatekeepers who are connected to the intelligence community, who seem to be often in leadership in one way, shape, or form, whether it's, top, like the leadership that you think of, or it's someone that's in a committee chairmanship role, or their staff. What I've learned about Washington, D.C. that's disturbing is that staff tend to run the show, and particularly, and I won't pull punches here, in a Senate when you have a lot of people that probably are one step away from a retirement home, and one wonders how do they possibly run their office? Well, they're not the ones running the office, the staff run the office. So that's kind of the situation that we're facing. It's that you've got a very difficult time identifying who the real, who the real obstacle is. So that's why it's going to take momentum and political pressure so that we can overcome that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you. Wait. You in the back.
Hello, my name is.
Now you. Oh, sorry. I was looking at you. Yeah.
Ross, at the moment we can't hear you. Sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies.
There we go.
I think it's time for us to pull out of this press conference because we've got other commitments to cover ourselves, but we will be bringing you follow-up interviews that Megan's done from the floor and background from Megan in our following Q&A this week. It's been a very interesting press conference. It's interesting to hear witnesses firsthand with their evidence, describing what they saw, what they felt, and what they actually telepathically received from, allegedly, a non-human being. Interesting, though, to come out on Eric Burleson, Representative Eric Burleson's comments there. Frankly, nothing's going to happen unless Congress gets momentum. And that's where you, the audience, come in, the viewers. You need to let Congress know this is something you're concerned about. In politics.
All right. Well, and this is what sucks. This is why I wish it was on the National Press Club site live. I really don't understand why it's not. But News Nation, the only media station that's covering this right now, and they've given coverage through Ross Coulthart and I can't remember the name of the show, Reality Check. Yeah, the Reality Check show. So they've given coverage exclusively through them. So this is why we've had, extensive audio issues and things of that sort. So I put it in the comments there. Did we actually see any new evidence? And don't worry, if they start covering again, we'll hop back over there. But again, we heard multiple claims. We heard a lot of UFO witnesses from Varginha, raise their right hand in Colombia and give their testimony. But we haven't seen any new evidence. I mean, we've had new whistleblowers. We've had new people come forward and talk about the case in Varginha. There was supposed to be an afternoon segment on exclusively U.S. type involvement, and I don't know if News Nation has just opted out. Yeah, see, they've just ended their their live coverage of the event. So it's curious that this thing isn't getting covered. And I'm just kind of hopping around here, looking at our different options. And really everybody is, you know, it's Trump, Davos, Trump briefing. Just nothing about nobody just exclusively covering this press conference. Well, let's see here. Yeah, so we've literally got nobody just exclusively covering it, just News Nation. So that kind of blows. But at any rate, I'm wondering what you all think of this Varginha crash. I mean, it's been a story we've heard for a long time. I know that James Fox went and he got, you know, new testimony. Apparently they found this witness down in Varginha. He did not find them. They found him. He's still an active neurosurgeon. So that lends him some credibility. You know, that means like if he's lying, you have a guy that's a doctor operating on people's brains that's lying about, you know, being in contact with NHI. But no evidence. Again, this is just testimony. It's witness testimony. It's compelling. It's compelling witness testimony. But it's just testimony. And one thing that's been coming up a lot lately is if this happened, and that's a big if this happened, was it even a crash or were they attacked due to the very swift military response that it supposedly received? Yeah, I think we got a great point in the chat here. You know, panel evidence, right? Like at what point do we say there's enough witnesses to say it's a real thing? You know, if we had all these folks stacked up in a murder trial, would a jury go, yeah, I mean, there's 60 some odd people that saw it, including a couple of doctors, including a couple of soldiers. We had a mysterious soldier death. We had a flight that we're trying to track down as far as the logging goes, that may have been a UFO, a U.S. Air Force plane arriving in Brazil. And we had, what was it, Colonel Lawford, I believe it was, up there testifying, saying, hey, y'all, we're old. There had to be at least, what did he say, 40 or 60 of us that would have been involved in this thing. We're about to die, so come forward. Like, now's the time. Very interesting stuff. But again, it's just testimony. It's just testimony, which I believe it. I do believe it. I believe these people are telling the truth. And I do believe these doctors are telling the truth about what they're finding with non-human biologics. But we need more evidence, you know, and Mr. Fox talks about hunting down that tape. And I posed the question in the chat, these days, if we saw a tape of an NHI, of a being, would we even believe it? I mean, with AI and the quality of video that's changed over the years, would we believe some grainy VHS footage that was taken supposedly in Brazil, what, 30 years ago now? I mean, that's a tough ask. I guess it depends what might be on that video. But yeah, it would be absolutely it would be explosive stuff. I mean, if it's there and we see it and it's real, woo. Yeah, I hope humanity is ready. I think humanity is ready. I mean, with my experience, there was a moment of ontological shock. I'm not going to lie, I'm not a crier, okay? But I cried like a baby. But then I got over it and we moved forward. And life is a pretty amazing thing. It really is. And I think there's a lot more to it than we realize. So I guess that's going to end it for the coverage. I will keep my eyes open. If we get more live coverage, we will certainly tune into that. We might as well end it with some highlights. I put together this. If you've already seen this, feel free to take off. But this is highlights from the last several UAP hearings. We're not going to sit through the whole thing, but this is 23, 24, 25 UAP hearing highlights. And if we get anything more from News Nation or anyone else in DC streaming the Q&A session there about the Varginha incident, we will certainly cut back to that. So I will be looking for that.
Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former Senior Intelligence Officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a Senior Technical Advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated.
My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors. But soon, we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter.
So to be clear, a sphere with a black cube inside of it split 2 of our most advanced air fighter jets down the middle like it was nothing. This is not the first time we've heard of the cube inside of the kind of bubble looking thing. We've heard a few different reports of this type of object from multiple pilots. Does not sound like something natural. It sounds like something technological, to me anyway.
The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue.
My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty Air National Guard and Reserve at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2025. I made the decision based.
Goodness, buttons. Okay, so apparently we have podcast UFO live streaming from the hearings. So we are going to jump on over there. Now the sound quality is not fantastic, y'all, but there's literally, I'm still going to look and see if there's any other sources, but there's just not a lot of sources out there broadcasting this at this time, unfortunately. Okay, let's check this audio.
I'll shut up.
So let's
better.
solve the problem this way. We'll do, so if you two gentlemen it can be concise in your questions. You do one here and one here. You're okay. All right. So you're the last one, then everybody can come up or whatever.
Yeah, just a quick question to you, James. You've been at this for a while. Where are you in your own process? Being hopeful that disclosure is actually going to happen. What keeps you going? What's your mindset?
I think I'm probably more confused today than I was 30 years ago. It's such a complex phenomenon, you know. I had a debate, I wouldn't say a debate, but a conversation with Michael Shermer of Skeptic Magazine. And he's like, you know, James, you're one of the few people in the community that's willing to actually talk to me. And, you know, he would go to the default, oh, you know, well, we haven't identified flying objects necessarily mean it's alien. It's like, yeah, well, you do the process of elimination. It's not the Russians, it's not the US, it's not China. What's left, right? But to me, I feel like it's a very complex issue. And I'm starting to understand, now that I agree with this is why we're doing this, that I think that disclosure, the sense of disclosure is going to come more from the people than it is from the government themselves. I remember this general years ago kind of just like laughing at me because he was asking me, you know, I was saying, wouldn't it be amazing? And it would be this big kumbaya moment, and we do a big group hug, and we're not alone, and that's such a unifying effect on humanity, and it's kind of this what the world needs. And he's just kind of chuckling in the background, and he looks at me like, you know, kid, you know nothing. And he said, let me get you to look at it through a different lens. Okay. He says, okay, you know, imagine me or someone from the Air Force coming forward and admitting that there were structured craft of unknown origin that exhibit a technology that's so far beyond anything we have now, particularly 60, 70, 80 years ago. They fly rings around the passengers. They penetrate ultra secret, super sensitive airspace and military installations where we house nuclear weapons. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, or what they want. Shall the turn to be hostile? We have clearly no visible defense against them. Do you honestly think, he looked at me, do you honestly think that we're going to come and tell you that? Like, really? Like, what, how in any way, shape, or form would we benefit? And I could see, like, back in the day, back in 47, when, you know, Roswell happened, then wanted to kind of figure out, okay, let's huddle, let's figure this out. I'm sure that some people wanted to make it, obviously, it did come out public, but I thought maybe, you know, for reasons of exposing not just what they know, but all the things they don't know, their vulnerabilities, etc. You know, and they'll figure it out, come forward and disclose. Well, here we are, 80 plus years later. They're probably, who knows what they know. They know they're real. They know they're under intelligent control. They know there's an intelligence behind the phenomenon. But maybe that very aspect of admission of what they do know has to reveal all the things that they don't know. So maybe they're feeling like their hands are tied. I don't know. So these are such complex issues. So to ask me where I'm at today is, I think that disclosure is happening from we the people, more so than it's ever going to come from the government. And like Congressman Burleson was saying, hey, look, we need your support. We need you guys to rattle our cages. Let us know that you've got our backs. And we'll get out there and we'll do the deep digging and expose as much of it as we can. So hopefully I didn't confuse you anymore with that answer.
Can I just one quick comment and disclosure?
Sure.
About that, if you don't mind.
Someone give us a microphone.
I think it's really impactful.
Oh, wait,
You need a microphone.
the ATC person is coming to mind. Just make sure that you're not telling a story.
Super quick, just to add on to disclosure, I'm a 7th generation Washingtonian.
Yes.
So very pessimistic.
Yeah.
On this topic.
Yes.
I think really what needs to happen is us emulating the digital asset cryptocurrency community that created Super PAC. The Super PAC then was very influential in Congress, creating representatives to create a stance on where they fall and rating those Congress people on positive or negative, and they're completely now, everyone's aware. There needs to be some accountability, sadly, through some massive super PAC that can really put the feet to the fire of congressional representatives, where Americans know where they stand on the topic. Sadly, that's been the way I think this is going to move forward.
Yeah, and also I could say that it's really easy to pull wool over the eyes of an uninformed population. When I hear explanations given for UAP incidents, I just chuckle. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. Like, you clearly have anyone who falls for that explanation. I'm gonna go back to swamp gas, but anybody who falls for that explanation clearly is completely uninformed. And then they talk about, oh well, it's Japanese, it's Chinese or it's the Russians. And I'm thinking of going, don't you know that back in the 1950s, the United States Air Force through Project Blue Book had identified close encounters of the first, second, and third kind. So they were acutely aware back in the 50s that there were beings connected to the craft. Like one of the most well-documented cases occurred in '64. We had congressional hearings in '66, and they just like, oh, nothing hard here, folks. It's like, well, actually, you investigated a landing case where the occupants were standing on the outside of the craft. So that if you know those things, their explanations are just ridiculous and absurd. So anyway.
All right, so we're going to call it. Well done. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so now we may be finally over. From what I understood, though, there was supposed to be like a break and then a section on American crash retrievals and whistleblower protections, which is why I ran back my little crash retrieval video a while back. Okay, so whether this is a break or not, we'll go ahead and cut back to the highlights from the previous UAP hearings, and if they get back to business here, we will certainly switch back over.
Data I collected to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency.
As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings.
As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the Tic Tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the Tic Tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the Tic Tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the Tic Tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Kean, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today.
So why are these hearings a perfect PSYOP delivery system? Well, they create an officialness without necessarily creating proof. You've got senators asking these hard-hitting questions to these witnesses under oath. But when it comes to providing evidence to the claims, it's either hearsay or I'll see you in a skiff. The witnesses can be very credible while still being handled, constrained, or misdirected. And you are going to hear even David Grush mention that. If you have a career intelligence guy whose ladder to promotion is threatened if they don't get in line and stay quiet, what are they probably going to do? Get in line, stay quiet.
Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
I'll do it. Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it.
First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard.
And both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that is harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate.
I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests.
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Ferrer?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you, Mr. Gresh. Finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Let's talk about David Grush's claims that should have made all of us rise up in our seats. One, the U.S. government is in possession of multiple retrieved craft, not one craft from Roswell or one craft from Italy in the late 30s, multiple craft. Some of these craft are of non-human intelligence origin, meaning some are advanced craft that we've retrieved from other nations, I take it, or maybe non-declared nations. Who knows if they were retrieved from some kind of a breakaway civilization. But some of these craft are of non-human intelligence origin. The program has existed for decades, and it was based on extensive interviews with program insiders and not rumors. So this goes beyond unknown objects or advanced drones. It asserts physical possession, not just encounters. And it implies long-term concealment across multiple administrations. Or, if we've heard, some administrations may not have even been read in. How could this be a PSYOP? Well, it's a high-impact claim paired with zero publicly verifiable artifacts. Nothing. It forces us into belief based on positioning. So it's either trust Grush versus he's wrong, he's a liar, whatever. Biologics are recovered at some of these crash sites, and the biologics were described as non-human. Now, he did not clarify whether they were alive, engineered, or organic, but he did say biologics described as non-human were recovered in these crashes. This is literally the first time biologics were introduced into congressional testimony regarding this issue. And it raises immediate questions about custody, storage, analysis, oversight. I mean, there could be, if that is true, we could know so much more than we actually say we know. And it escalates the narrative from technology these recovered crashes to actual entities, non-human intelligence, actual beings, not just their craft, right? It'd be a big difference between seeing someone's car and meeting a person for the first time. How could this be a psyop? Well, it uses a deliberately ambiguous term, biologics, right? You could use the term biologics to describe a plant. It allows maximum speculation while staying classification safe. So it maintains the secret, but gives all of us the opportunity to speculate on what it could possibly be. And he did that in the news interview, in the News Nation interview as well, when Ross Coulthart asked him about agreements between our government and non-human intelligence. Another shocking claim Grush made is that there's illegal program activity going on and congressional deception. Some UAP programs are allegedly operating outside lawful congressional oversight. Well, we've theorized that for years. Funds may have been misappropriated or laundered through defense contractors, absolutely, and that Congress has allegedly been intentionally misled. Ronald Reagan fought a war in Central America, misleading Congress about where funds were going and acquiring funds through illegal and immoral means. So it would not be crazy for an intelligence agency or multiple intelligence agencies to misappropriate funds to build these facilities, to manage these programs, so on and so forth. And this is why the Pentagon has never ever passed a audit, because there's no oversight and they lie about where the money goes. So this could potentially be a governance crisis. We're talking about decades and decades of a governance crisis. And that's why, if there is truth to these legacy programs, they need to be exposed. And they need to be exposed while people involved with them are still breathing. Grush claimed that he has faced threats, intimidation, and retaliation for coming forward. He lost his security clearance. He alluded to disturbing personal consequences. And he even said one instance included his wife. That does suggest that there's active enforcement of silence going on, not some kind of passive secrecy, which means that everything in this field is open to potential psyops, manipulation, lying, unclear motives, all of the things that have made this field always difficult to try to navigate. But now it's just stepped up a notch because of the flow of information, how quickly information moves. It's a very advanced way to get ahead of it, if in fact that's what this is, some kind of narrative control. Grush said he could provide names and locations. He stated he could provide program names contractor names, locations, and documentation. He even said he had a hostile witness list ready to go, but only in a classified SCIF setting. As we know, although he may be a part of the UAP task force, that SCIF setting between himself and those on the UAP task force has yet to happen. So why is that? Why are you able to be on the task force but not make time to get into the SCIF with everyone?
Have anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone, so there was something there that obviously moved. No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared. My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially. The career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off.
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them, they believe. They understand there's a problem, but no, I was actually treated really well. I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me, but I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing. We have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Mr. Graves, can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off.
Another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of.
And breathe in this UAP community. However, there's a lot of normies that aren't really in this world, constantly. So for us, what we're trying to do always is bring these stories again to a wider audience to let people know that, hey, there's more out there in the world than what's right here on the surface.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And, we get called the debunker channel often, but really that's what we do is we like to go through a story and tell the entire story, from beginning to end. And then if there's some other information out there about it, we also tell that. So we try and be fair on both sides, rather than just be considered debunkers.
Someone knows you here.
Yeah, Planetary HQ. Well, Planetary HQ is one of my favorite podcasts that's out there. Everyone should also check out Planetary HQ. Taylor and Dedrick are two of the best journalists that are in this UAP community.
All right, little shout out to them. Yeah. Oh, they're here somewhere.
Well, Taylor's here somewhere. I think Dedrick wasn't able to make it, so that might be Dedrick online. Watching us right now.
All right. So yeah, I was trying to see if I get Leslie Kane over here to say a couple of words, but I can't move with this computer.
Yeah, we're sort of stuck here.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Sarah if she will when she comes back. Sarah Gam will be back here in just a minute.
Well, I appreciate you having me here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you what you thought so far. I think it's really great.
Oh, it's excellent. Really, it's easy to hear a story and just dismiss it quickly. But when you see the actual witnesses and the sincerity, you know that something happened to these people, whether you want to believe it in its entirety or not. The pilot who first came up, his tears are real. There's no way that he didn't experience something. And so seeing that sincerity really moves me and again, connects me to this UAP world. Knowing that there is something else going on that we shouldn't just quickly dismiss as science fiction.
Right, and I'd say that we know very little about what's actually going on around us. How do you think about that statement?
Oh, well, absolutely. I think it's easy to get caught up in your own life and the world around you that, hey, you got to go to work, you got to pay the bills. A lot of people aren't paying attention to these other things that are going on. And I can't blame them. It's easy to get caught up in your own life. I think that's what sometimes the powers that be rely on, that we're just not able to pay enough attention.
Right. Good catch there. So yeah, I think that's really, really great. And like you said, when you say this testimony, and you see someone get emotional, that it's kind of hard to fake that if you ask me.
Absolutely.
That's why you got a standing ovation, basically. just, people feel that emotion. So I'm going to try to get Sarah. Sarah, yeah, I'm just wondering, would you mind?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. So I can't really
look at
do
this
anything.
halo
I know you have
above
the
me.
halo.
Ooh, wait.
I know.
Do I look like an angel?
I know, and I can't do anything about that. There's lights behind you and I can't really move this setup anywhere. And, but anyway, I just wanted to, and I can't get you on I have two different streams here. I got to get you on the
Just saying hi.
telephone stream.
I'm gonna take a selfie here and have this angel moment.
Yeah, because you're an angel. So I wanted to just ask you hey, here we are.
Where's the cow? Hi, everybody.
So I wanted to, what do you think so far? I mean, this
Oh my gosh.
is amazing. Huh?
This is incredible. And I actually, one of my friends that's sitting a little bit further back, he actually speaks Portuguese. And so there's been a lot lost in translation as well. So
I don't know how you could translate that quickly anyway.
Well, if you speak it fluently, but yeah, I barely speak English. So this has been so incredible. I'm feeling the emotions of everybody speaking too. Like I'm sure that comes across as well on the camera, but being here in person has been incredible.
I know, hasn't it?
It's been hard to like withhold some claps once in a while and like respect people and let them keep talking so you don't interrupt them. But yeah.
Boy, it would be interesting to know what was lost in translation, though. That would be.
I will find out.
Yeah.
I will report back.
If there's anything.
Yeah, I definitely will report back once I get more details.
Yeah. So we don't know how long this break's going to go on. It might be, I don't know. You said 10 minutes, but the way things generally go.
Everybody's pretty dispersed right now, and the line in the bathroom is very long.
Is there?
I very quickly walked there, so I got ahead of the crowd.
Awesome. Yeah. So what do you think? There's a lot of people here, huh?
Yeah, this is incredible. James said 400 could fit in here, and I think it's not quite full, but there's at least 250 probably.
Yeah,
here.
that's what I was thinking about 250 or more. Which is great. Hey, Stephen Bassett, how are you? I'm filming live here.
Do you want to rotate?
Thank you. Yeah, you want to pop in?
Rotate in?
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Do you mind asking Leslie Kate if she might sit for just a minute?
Hey, guys. Good to see you, man.
Hey, Steve. Thank you for. I saw you put my links out there to the stream. Thank you. You're live right now. We're still streaming.
Yes, yeah. I'm trying to support all of the content creators and podcasters I can.
Yeah, I appreciate
I'm going
it.
to even do more of that going forward.
Yeah. So Stephen Bassett, I should say, introduce you. And are you New Paradigm Research? What? I'm sorry.
No, I'm Paradigm.
I get it confused. I'm terribly sorry.
I'm Paradigm Research Group.
Yeah.
And Danny Sheehan is New Paradigm Institute.
Yeah. Okay.
And we work
Kind of
very
working
closely
together.
together. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So are you based right here in Washington? Because
Yes, my office is in this building.
In this building. How about
Has been for 5 years.
I wondered about that. I knew
2
it was
blocks from the
somewhere,
White House.
but I didn't know if you stayed here all the time or you just go back and forth.
No, I do. I go back and forth to LA because the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance is something I co-founded back there with Dan Harari, and that's really growing, 250 members. And we're starting to get things cooking in Hollywood on this issue, as you probably noticed.
Right. I think that's pretty exciting. So what do you think so far? I'm loving this today.
Well, this is, again, we've had, the press club has had more events, more press conferences and events on the UAP UFO subject and any other venue in the world.
I didn't know that.
19.
I know that
19.
Stephen Greer did years ago.
He did one in 2001.
Yeah.
But, and they've always been wonderful and supportive, and there's no problem whatsoever. And so the press club has played a major role in educating the public and media, press, about this subject and non-trivial. And this is just the latest example of that. And of course, James Fox is a legend in this field, and he's done. And he went to great lengths to bring this case. This kind of press conference would have been hard to have handled 20 years ago.
Right.
But the thing is now moved forward for a case of this complexity, involving contact and so forth like that.
Yeah.
Big audience, member of Congress here. So we're very close to ending what I call the truth embargo and getting this thing confirmed by our president.
Now, I have to say, I always have to bring this up every time we talk, that when I very first started the show in 2011, I contacted everybody I could find in the UFO world and asked them to be my first guest. You're the only one that said yes. And I want to thank you for that. It's been quite a ride. We're still at it after all these
It
years.
was my pleasure. Look, I got into this field very late. I'm just an activist. I'm not a super researcher. And I just felt the one thing I could do was help others get into the field, help them and encourage them. And also I've helped, conferences with banquets. We give out awards because, we were stigmatized and criticized and laughed at for so long that, you have to support each other. And so it's been a pleasure watching the podcast revolution explode, right?
I know, hasn't it?
And what can I say? I've done about, 400 podcast interviews, which has kind of worked out for me too. So I'm glad you stuck with it because the party is about to begin.
I know, it's been so great. It's been really awesome. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Always fun to talk to you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I'm going to try to scoot up and speak with this gentleman. I'm doing this all live, so I don't know.
Why not?
Yeah. I'm going to try to.
The truth of all, I didn't have to deal with this kind of stuff 50 years ago, right? But they're still thinking, we'll keep it a secret.
It's all paperwork. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, everyone. So bear with me. I had to disconnect to move this.
Transition out of his marriage. What year was it? Ish. Oh, 70s. No.
Okay, so they're doing a few more. Again, this was kind of between when they were speaking. They were allowing some of the podcasters and whatnot that were there to ask some questions. Super cool, by the way, of James Fox to do. Something else I wanted to make sure to share. This was, here, let me get the banner out of the way. So they had downloadable materials at the actual press conference. Now, this UPC code is supposed to work so you can download those materials from the press conference. Not sure what they are. I haven't even scanned it myself yet. I just got this image. Let me know what you get if you decide to scan it. But that's an official picture from the event itself. Barcode to download the documents. Okay. Let's get back to these additional questions here.
Try to introduce myself.
And this is big shout out to Podcast UFO for doing this live.
Connected with Danny, his oldest son. And then Kenny is his middle. Kenny doesn't want anything to do with it. And Tony is his youngest. So Tony, Kenny, Danny. Danny's the one who's involved.
Hi, Kirk. I'm sorry. I'm live. I've been live the whole stream. My name's Martin Willis. I do Podcast UFO, and been doing this since 2011 on the UFO subject. I just want to say hi. I watched you in, was it The Phenomenon? What film were you in?
Oh, golly, James says he asked me to make a statement for the program.
That's right.
And then his most recent film here, his small section in that. I don't know why, because it doesn't really fit with the theme of the movie. But I think he likes me, and
we all like credible people. You are. You have in your background. Can you just say your background real quickly? You have a background in intelligence.
Well, I've worked for both intelligence committees, the Intelligence Committee in the House and in the Senate at different times. And I've spent most of my years working for the Senate Armed Services Committee. And that's where I was when the New York Times article came out in 2017. And so I and some colleagues on the Armed Services Committee and the Intelligence Committee, we sort of formed a little collaborative group to start pulling the threads on what was reported in that article. And we also were engaging with interested members on both committees, some who were members of both Armed Services and the Intelligence Committee at the time. And we pursued that from 2017 until I retired in 2024.
So until and before the article came out in the New York Times, had you given much thought to the UFOs in general?
Not really. I mean, there's,
Some people.
you know, I had been interested for some time in, you know, governments and some scientists have liked to speculate that a phenomenon that's naturally occurring called ball lightning, which are plasma formations, that they can, these natural occurring structures could explain a lot of sightings. And I've always been interested in ball lightning because it is itself an enigma. Scientists have never been able to really explain what it is.
Oh my God. Shout out Money Penny. She's going to have a heart attack when she hears this. These plasma people, they really believe in what they're talking about. And I get it because it's pretty crazy. Like the closest we've ever gotten to free energy involves plasma energy. And we're like really close. So plasma is a trip. And really could explain a lot of the weirdness we see in the skies. Is it intelligent? That's the thing. Like, is it intelligent? Is it conscious? Those are all very, very interesting things I think are being researched and talked about and debated right now.
Entertain the idea that we could be, we're being visited by off-world beings until some years after that New York Times article, when the more and more we looked at it, the more people we talked to, I could not help but faced with so much, so many reports and testimonials and history that I started to say, okay, I guess this is the reality that we face.
Right. So thanks so much. Real pleasure.
All right.
Get time.
Yeah. Here, yeah. Not that. That's okay. All right.
Good
Very
job,
good.
James.
Got it. Thank you, sir. What's that? Thank you. Thank you. From the heart, right? You can't go wrong. They can feel it. It's happening. It's happening. All right, folks. Already.
Okay, so we did, this gets into the second part of the hearing, Rep. Burleson's speech, and then we had some testimony. Okay, so this, I think like maybe these last few minutes are probably what we missed here. So we heard Burleson speak, and then News Nation kind of cut it off. So we'll go from here.
He knew the distance, he knew the size, so I looked at the sky. Distance, size, memory, because he looked back at him, so memory.
Okay. No, we have heard this already. This is just much worse audio and a different angle. Okay, let's see here. So I'm going to see if we can find some additional questions here. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So, you know, probably we'll see some interviews later. And when we do, I'll get some of those put together and cleaned up for us. But again, a very interesting conference. I think that all of the testimony and all of the witness statements, at the very least, call for further investigation and warrant further investigation, especially if the United States Air Force was involved in any kind of recovery from anything that crashed in Brazil. So I think they have, at the very least, I think they have that. So thank you, James Fox, for putting this on. We very much appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to finish up this space with the remainder top 10 2025 UFO headlines. If you've already seen this, we'll see you later. If not, I think we're on number 8 or number 7, somewhere in there. But these were kind of my top 10 UFO headlines of 2025. Yeah.
What else you want to know?
I think that was number 7. Here we go. We're on 6.
A document I wrote about in my book called Slide 9. And Chris Mellon had accidentally left it on his website, and it was discovered by a very clever British researcher who was just going through and checking to see what Chris had on his website. It's a document that was prepared as a briefing document for the Undersecretary of Defence by members of the UFO task force. I think Lou Elizondo's team. The key thing about it is that it advises that whatever the phenomenon is, it's capable of manipulating human perception, human consciousness.
Right.
It can make us see things that aren't there. Do you think that's possibly what we're seeing in the sky in the form of UFOs?
I mean, I think that's part of what makes it so difficult to reproduce, is that different people see different things. I mean,
I asked them to land, and then I instantly got this thought response back in my brain saying, "We'll land, but only if you put your dog away in the crate." And I was like, "Oh, that's a strange request." So I was like, "All right, sorry, Duke. You have to sit this one out." So I brought him back outside, and then that's when something ejected out of the bottom, and then you could see it slowly, coming down until it did something to me that affected me physiologically in a way that almost made me docile or compliant.
Like in that freeze and zoom, you see, it looks like some kind of translucent white-blue face.
If they're interdimensional, maybe it was, still materializing in the third dimension. And as it got closer, I remember it started morphing like this and pulled one of these, and it was shape-shifting into all these different, things. I don't know what they were. You have to take a closer look at it until it turned into something that you would see on a petroglyph.
It's uncanny because it looks like the pictoglyph that you've sent me a picture of that you and Carl Crusher had seen only a few weeks ago.
The UFO landing?
Yeah, he also, I think, worked at Hooters, didn't he? That's why he was coined Magic Mike.
Hey.
No, I don't know. I just
figured
you, Magic Mike is a very Hooterific name for a boys' Hooters. You know what I mean?
It is pretty Hooterific.
Yay! Welcome to Dude Hooters. My name is Magic Mike Tits McCaffrey.
Something strange has surfaced in Colombia. An object so precise, so out of place, that even seasoned researchers admit they've never seen anything like it. The Boogosphere looks simple at first glance, but the moment high-resolution images hit the internet, everything changed. No seams, no tool marks, no known method to explain its construction. And then came the real shock. Resin sealed deep inside the sphere, dated to more than 12,560 years old.
Somehow the University of Georgia was able to carbon date resin from the Boogosphere, and it was dated at 12,560 years old. Like, how excited should I be? Where is the threshold for when we can say an object is created by non-human intelligence?
Well, I think on the Boogosphere we're pretty much there.
They break my brain. This was the most frustrating case I've ever had to deal with, and I wish I could give you a definitive, these things are definitely dead aliens. I cannot say that definitively at all. I do think there's a lot of reason to believe that they are forensically organisms. They're organisms
If
that
they're not, they're incredible works of art.
If they're not, they're the most sophisticated hoax ever that basically tricked forensic experts from John McDowell, who just won the greatest award in forensics you could win or whatever, the Grand Wall Award, who is the president of the American Forensics Scientific Association or whatever in the U.S. Jim Caruso, who's the chief medical examiner in Denver. The equivalent of McDowell is a guy named Dr. David Ruiz, so he's the Peruvian head of their forensics association, and the head of the Mexican Navy forensics, this guy named Dr. Jose Salze.
And there's x-rays of them, and that's where it gets really weird. And they're tridactyl, right? So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes.
Yep. And so these were discovered in 2015 in a cave by a guy named Leandro, who goes by Mario, and they were found in diatomaceous earth.
It's really weird.
The weirdest ones that I was talking about, the forensics people kind of evaluating, are these M-types. These are like 4 to 5 feet. They look pretty anatomically consistent.
Have you seen them in person?
I have.
Really?
Yeah.
And what was your feeling?
My feeling was, it was this...
Keep those images up, please.
It was, as with a lot of these things, oscillating between, holy shit, this thing is not from here, and then, dude, you have to like chill, and like there's so many other things, there's so many other gates this has to get through.
I do know that you've paid attention to the tridactyl mummies.
Yeah.
What is your take on that?
I wouldn't necessarily call them hoaxes. I would say that they are constructed, but they're old constructs. So maybe there's some sort of homage paid to the ancestors or something like that, whatever they are. So there are some ones that you clearly look at, you go, oh, come on.
Right.
That never lived. That's.
Then there's the fetal position.
Then there's the fetal position ones, the big ones.
Yeah.
And I was at the beginning, I'm always open to being wrong. I was at the beginning thinking, oh, well, because of the small ones, those are probably not real. But then the MRIs started coming out.
Yeah.
The full body MRIs and the ligature and the bone construction and the finger, and then perhaps most, I think, extraordinarily, the fingerprints on them being clearly not human. So it's interesting. But here's the problem, is that because there's so much circus around them, unfortunately created by people who want a circus because it sells their TV shows, no scientist of any merit would go near it. Anything that old, you won't get a lot of good DNA out of it. But they did the same thing with the Denisovan and the Neanderthal. And so they say, oh, well, there's 90% of the genome is non-human. It's probably garbage. It's probably these mistakes. It's probably bacterial contamination that they're reading. There's ways to deal with that, but that requires money and not one-off DNA sequences put on the interwebs for some amateur genomicist to make a claim about.
Right.
So there's ways to do it. I mean, you would want, at the end of the day, to get the results to the level where you could go to the guys who did the Denisovan and the Neanderthal DNA, the Max Planck and others who won the Nobel Prize for it, and say, hey, what do you think? But you don't dare take it to people like that until you've done your homework.
There seems to have been a bit of an issue with the way that I've been talking about Lou and his association with ATIP, because I think that ATIP was actually a cutout. It wasn't a real program, and it was a cutout that was actually created for To the Stars Academy. When the whole kind of 2017 narrative and Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon and all these guys started coming out, obviously we were all extremely excited about it. Over time, there were some issues, like some contradictions. Lou Elizondo especially has contradicted himself quite a lot, and some of us started to get a little bit suspicious of these people and just started asking questions. It didn't take long for us to be targeted by a pretty significant network online of people that were trying to hack and dox us, and people like, he hasn't put his actual name out there, but people like Red Panda Koala was doxed online, had his family house put out online, photos of his underage sister put out online. Some people have had their lives ruined by these people who are all connected to individuals like Lou. And Lou actually said that he came to burn ufology to the ground. Like, he actually said that in an article. He was like, I want to burn ufology, I want to destroy it. Does he know things?
You don't think he knows things?
What does he know?
I don't know.
Exactly. Regardless of the fact that this man has gone on stage and presented literal fake UFO photos to the public, which have been debunked in less than 24 hours, and he had to admit, this man apparently ran the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. I call bullshit.
I remember the first time I met him, it was in 2018. The only reason he came forward, he was ticked off about how ATIP had been described in major media reports, and no mention had been given to the actual real program, the one that had a $22 million budget, lasted 27 months, and which put together the biggest UFO data warehouse in history.
Would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we can put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask. We don't know where to go next. So
when do you think we'll get a UAP here?
We actually have and being noticed currently, so you guys will see all that information coming out.
What happened with this week's here?
Well, we have 2 skiff briefings this week, and
Yeah.
by the way, Melon got sick, Elizondo got sick,
Yeah.
and Mr. Brush also is not feeling well, but Brush has been very helpful.
Yeah.
So my message is, we got the skiff, you guys need to be here for the skiff briefing.
Yep.
Thanks. We had 3 in there, but 3 of our main ones were sick, so we're gonna get it back on the books and see if they show up. They had skiff flu.
Enough is enough. It's time that we take action. Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. Mr. Knapp, have you heard about, events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. So there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs. And they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order. If you see a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in our airspace, and there's nothing we can do about it. Dr. Lukatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one.
Is there a security classification guide for UAP or NHI?
I remember in the 2003 or 2023 hearing, it was stated that all you.
I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to Arrow again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
Maybe at some point we need to really dig deep into Arrow, and I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
There you go. Mr.
My next move, I went into my house after it left. I made sure no one had been abducted, and I picked up the landline. I called the Security Forces Command Center. I mean, we've been talking about this for 20 years. We don't know what we saw. What we saw changed our lives and the way we think about everything. It was incredibly profound. The object I saw, I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft, but it did look solid. Someone would see a light. They would pay attention to the light. And then the object responds. It performs for you. And then they come down and they investigate you. So it's almost like they're curious. So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come? After we noticed it. Maybe it noticed us after we noticed it. Our installations are visited by these craft. They come in and do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect the installation. So that's why we're here.
When you first heard, and we're having to report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
These are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I worked with every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together.
It was how big? Wise?
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field. The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a football field. We're talking like flying buildings.
And after you disclose this information to the intelligence community, Inspector General, you're subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former Arrow director Sean Kilpatrick as well as his staff in relate to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
I think the staff at Arrow that I met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and it was very concerning because in my Arrow MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questioning just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and trust?
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Knowing you testified to Arrow, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology, and are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception.
After filing your Inspector General complaint over retaliation inside the Pentagon's UAP office, did you receive any kind of protection or just more retaliation?
Within the IG or Arrow, ma'am?
Either.
Arrow, they went after the staff member and classified everything, shut that down. The IG, to this day, I don't even know if my complaint's active. I know my attorney that represented me was very, very, very concerned. And the best of my understanding, I was determined credible, not urgent. I mean, it's so hard because this goes back to people doing the job they're told to do, and very few people are going to want to give up their careers, 20, 30-year pension, get rid of their kids' health care, get rid of their house. It's possible, yes.
And do you think that, in your opinion, that the equilateral triangle was the U.S. government's technology?
I did once upon a time, but knowing what I know now, I'll have to answer that question in a skiff probably.
Well, my next question is, you teased us, so knowing what you know now means what?
I know enough to know that if you want an answer to that question, go to Arrow.
Have you been exposed to undeniable confirmation of NHI technology? And then my second question is Base Systems involved in any way with reverse engineering exploitation of non-human intelligence craft?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation in the skiff for that. Whether I'm legally even allowed to answer that, and whether you're even allowed to hear it, sir.
Mr. Borland, why do you think that you faced reprimand and discipline for your effort to come forward and be transparent about what you saw?
About what I saw is the reason why I got into what I know and has been disclosed to Arrow and the IG, and I think that information, well, it was labeled an extremely sensitive national security issue.
Mr. Borland, you've talked about manipulation of your security clearance records. Can you identify which agencies or offices were responsible and whether they provided any written justification?
I can do that in a skiff, sir, 100%. Because of being a part of a multi-agency special access program, I cannot give those publicly. Any agency that's going to go public and try and manipulate the public perception of this subject in such a way that is negative when I know the truth about it is why I had extreme reservations with it, and also what I've been through and other whistleblowers and people in the know about this subject have been through.
When you engaged with Arrow in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of Arrow?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't let anything out or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That would be scientific evidence, yes.
When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and as growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? From the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends was probably about 5 to 7 minutes. It sped up. I'm not an expert at, knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the formation. I didn't notice visually with my own eyes the other 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also utilized Sapphire to see that, in fact, there were 4 total. And then again, when they all left after a certain amount of time, it was nearly instantaneous. Our mission is to carry out the ship's mission or the command's mission. And we, on a general basis, don't have knowledge of what to do when we see things like this. We just don't. We're there to do our mission and do what's told of us, right? So I think what would be important is giving active duty members a clear way of being able to report things like this to where it gets to this point. I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there and we should know as the people what it is.
So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government and it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially. The career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off.
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them, they believe. They understand there's a problem, but no, I was actually treated really well. I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me, but I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing. We have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of AARO, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over AARO in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of AARO.
Mr. Graves, can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off.
Another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs. So I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting.
Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that were, I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I'm aware that you guys have not seen these.
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office.
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Aero thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Aero that I also interviewed, and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote.
Only a few weeks ago, 19th of April, the head of the Pentagon's UAP investigations program, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, told Congress ARROW, that's the Pentagon's UFO investigation body, has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics.
While a large number of cases in our holdings remain technically unresolved, this is primarily due to a lack of data associated with those cases.
Was that a lie?
Well, I know Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. I've known him for about 8 years. And, I expressed some concerns to Dr. Kirkpatrick about a year ago and told him what I was starting to uncover. And he didn't follow up with me. And he has my phone number. He could have called me. I hope he ultimately does the right thing. He should be able to make the same investigative discoveries I did. It's totally crazy if he doesn't.
The head of the very body that Congress has ordered to tell the American public the truth about UAPs is possibly misleading the American public. Do you think the American public is being lied to?
Well, they've been lied to over the years, and I'm hoping that the lies stop.
We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
Has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record. Yeah.
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah. Overall, the government has been the custodian of a lot of this, right? And they'll hand receipt it out to a cleared defense contractor to do some analysis, which I find highly unethical. You have basically a sole source arrangement, and you allow certain private corporate elements to look at this, develop a potential insight, and then sell it back to the government for profit. And I think that's totally unethical. Because of the secrecy, there is an environment where you could have almost like a false flag, where true non-prosaic UAP situation could be contrived as a provocation of something from a nation state, and we want to de-escalate that. At the very least, I saw substantive evidence that white-collar crime was committed.
Have people been killed to protect this secret?
Based on the people I talked to, that was an ongoing concern. Yeah, unfortunately, I've heard some really un-American things I don't want to repeat right now.
So you have a strong suspicion that people have been murdered to protect the secret?
Over the years, yeah.
He says our geopolitical rivals have their own crash retrieval programs, which they are also secretly exploiting for military purposes.
We're in a competition with their adversaries to understand this, and it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long, and there is no good way to level the playing field and hold other nation states accountable if they're doing unethical or illicit activity as it relates to this subject. And I think the obtuse secrecy is actually putting us in a very dangerous position where a country might make a breakthrough. Let's say it's an adversary of ours, and it is so destabilizing.
You say there's been a Cold War behind the scenes with Russia and China.
There has been a Cold War with our peer adversaries, yeah.
Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the AERO program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
If you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
You've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? Last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone
right.
literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity. And I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
There has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Couple things to note. If Grush is lying, this is a massive disinformation failure that took place at some of the highest levels. If Grush is just mistaken, then what we have is really a systematic intelligence failure, because he was collecting all of this information from others that had either the same or lower level clearance than himself. So if they're providing this information in a truthful manner, but it's not true, that's a problem. That's a failure on our intelligence's part. And lastly, if Grush is correct, ladies and gentlemen, we have a constitutional and civilizational crisis on our hands. The fact that it's been 3 years since that hearing and no witnesses have yet to go into a skiff with the UAP task force and provide evidence to back their claims is concerning.
You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
The concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched.
Regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle.
Have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge. Plus, the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of. So,
do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting. The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
What?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
In what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
This flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists that have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have. No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that.
So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor?
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters have become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
There clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action.
Sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so.
Why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand.
So hearing this conversation now and knowing the context of the interview that Representative Luna had with Joe Rogan about it being angelic, some type of spiritual being from like another dimension, or she, you know, views things through the Judeo-Christian lens, so like angels, basically. And she even shared that post on X with like the crazy looking angel spiritual being. So hearing this interview now and then knowing Grush has been working on that task force, very interesting.
From either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be. Yeah.
You mentioned white collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the federal acquisition regulations, the FAR.
Was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or?
Okay, and this is why you might call me a, oh God, what's the word? Virtue signaling. Maybe it's virtue signaling when I say the legacy programs need to be held to account. Because I have heard the counter argument that, you know, we're not going to get the story unless they're given some kind of amnesty. But I don't feel like I'm virtue signaling with that. I feel like we had David Grush and other people testify to people being murdered. And also people dying in these interactions with NHI. And there's just no account. There's nothing. There's no names. There's no specifics to the stories. It's all, we'd have to talk in a skiff, which we know time after time doesn't happen for whatever random reason. So I don't know. Maybe I'm virtue signaling by saying, you know, these legacy people need to be held accountable. But I feel like if you've committed high crimes and treason, then you should be punished for high crimes and treason. And I think if you are a part of that, you need to come forward and own up to it. Cut whatever deal you can make. But it's time to tell the truth. People are getting tired of being lied to about what you know.
A UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
But your wingman was, and we didn't find that out till later, thanks to Stephen Greenstreet reporting.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
So some of these guys, like way up high, they have no clue. And I still stand by that. They have no clue. Some of them do. Some of them know the whole deal, the whole kit and caboodle. Very few of them, but some of them do. What we refer to in the field as the gatekeepers, right? We know there are a few gatekeepers. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I know y'all had a lot of options to stream this UFO press conference today with James Fox. It was, totally free, no copyright. He's like, get it out there. So I appreciate you all hanging out, throwing your opinions out there about what you think about this stuff. I go back and forth between being optimistic and open to this stuff. And then my pendulum swings back to like, are we just getting messed with? Are we being lied to because our government just wants to cover up some classified tech? Or both true? And maybe that's why I swing back and forth so much. Who knows? But at any rate, I want to thank y'all for hanging out with me. If you're on my YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're on X, don't forget to like and do a share or whatever. I'd appreciate it. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you next time on the Gabriel Speaks podcast.